because of what the Lord has done for us. And now let the weak say, I am strong. Let the poor say, I am rich because of what the Lord has done for us. Give thanks. Give thanks. We give thanks. We give thanks.
Please all rise for the national anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
You can sit down. Hello. Guys, we're on the first 1 minute. Hello? There you are. Okay. Hello. Welcome to PH Vote. Our way of preparing you for the grand, exciting, bombastic, acrobatic, lion taming, baton twirling, exciting, and ultimately frustrating national exercise we call the presidential elections. My name is Patricia Evangelista. I am a multimedia reporter for Rappler.com, and as most of my bosses would be terrified of saying, I'm your problem child for today. I am required, though, it's part of my contract, to tell you that anything I say, whether they consist of 4 letters or otherwise, do not represent the opinions, beliefs, policies, or standards of Rappler.com. All right? Good. I am not a particularly good host. I was not willing to do this, but because I'm a very good soldier, all of you suffer with me, and we will get through this very, very fast. Yes? Thank you. Okay. Let's begin with the opening remarks. Let's introduce Brother Michael Broughton, FSC Vice Chancellor for the Lasallian Mission. A round of applause, guys.
Our dear guests and ladies and gentlemen, a great afternoon. It is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to PH Vote, the Leader I Want Forum. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizers for a wonderful setup for today's event, and more importantly, for making this event possible. It is good to hear that the attendance for today's event is more than what we expected. This shows how many of us are interested and possibly concerned with the topic of leadership and the upcoming 2016 elections. It is also a delight to know that our dear guests and audience members come from different sectors in our society. We have businessmen, politicians, the academe, social civic groups, from NGOs and the like. Each of us has different backgrounds and possibly very different views on what a leader should be. Leaders are very important in every group since they bring us closer to our mission and vision. With that said, I would like to ask you, what are the qualities that your leader has that makes him or her the ideal leader? What qualities does your leader have that makes you trust him or her in leading? Try to vision how you chose your leaders since you were young. What made you think that he or she is the right leader? Today, as we go on with the series of talks, assess your criteria on choosing the leader you want. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that today's forum will be able to stir your minds and will be able to aid you in choosing your leaders for the next years to come. Enjoy the forum, and I believe everyone is looking forward to hear your questions, your thoughts, and ideas. Again, on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for joining us today in this very important discussion about our society, our challenges, and the leader we all want. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. To give us our overview of the event and to give us more of an introduction to the BID Consortium book, we would like to call to the stage Dr. Julio C. Teangui, Dean of the College of Liberal Arts of the De La Salle University.
Brother Michael Broughton, FSC, Vice Chancellor for Lasallian Mission, to our distinguished speakers, guests, representatives from various sectors, colleagues, students, fellow Lasallians, a pleasant afternoon to all. President John F. Kennedy once said, "Leadership and learning are indispensable to each other." Indeed, education is an important tool not only for a leader, but also for the followers. Today, exactly a year before we choose our next set of national leaders, we are gathered here to learn and educate ourselves on what our current leaders have accomplished and not accomplished, and the continuing challenges that will face those who will succeed them. This forum is made possible by a collaboration between the Building an Inclusive Democracy Consortium and Rappler, the country's leading social news network. The consortium is a collaboration between Ateneo School of Government, De La Salle University College of Liberal Arts, the University of the Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance, and the Asian Institute of Management Rizalino S. Navarro Policy Center for Competitiveness. This forum is also endorsed by the Philippine Political Science Association, the National Professional Organization of Political Science and Allied Disciplines. The Building an Inclusive Democracy Consortium emerged out of a forum that was organized 2 years ago. It has co-sponsored a series of fora and has recently completed a book manuscript entitled Building an Inclusive Democracy in ASEAN. The forthcoming book contains studies on the impact of malfunctioning democratic systems and weak institutions. It also talks about the issues or problems that society faces as it transitions to a participatory democracy. For this afternoon's forum, this will also serve as a launch of PH Vote, the Leader I Want, Rappler's major initiative in the runoff to 2016. Today's event is a meeting point for every one of us who come from different sectors. We all have different sets of beliefs, different life experiences. We all look for different qualities in a leader. But we all have one aim today, and that is to look for the qualities in a leader that can lead us to an inclusive society. Our society faces many issues: environmental, political, economic, societal, and maybe even cultural. And to fix these, or at least to find a solution for each of these, we need to examine what is malfunctioning in our system. We need to know this in order for us to better participate in society. We have two panels for today. The first panel will talk about the challenges we face in our society, and that in relation to how we choose our leaders. The second panel will talk about the kind of leaders we want. Again, on behalf of the organizers of this forum, I welcome all of you to De La Salle University. This is just the beginning in our continuing search for the leader we want. Thank you very much, and a pleasant afternoon to all.
Thank you very much, sir. And to talk about the challenges we face, we call on our moderator for the first panel, Pro Productions founder and one of the founders of Rappler.com, Ms. Cheche Lazaro.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Pardon me for using this rostrum. I need the light. Anyway, welcome to all of you. I understand that most of you are students. Am I correct? That makes all of us students, right? And we're all students of our political issues today. It's a pleasure for me to be here for Rappler and for the PH Vote at its launch. I'm also very glad that we've had this opportunity to meet with our panel of speakers over lunch. And while we were having lunch, it was very interesting that the conversation centered around some of the challenges that we now face as voters in the election, which is coming in just about 12 months, exactly 12 months from today. And the conversation centered on what are some of the issues that we'd like to talk about. And when this was going about, one question that came to my mind is, are we ready for issues? Are we really going to vote on the basis of issues? Is there enough time between now and 12 months from now to convert from the personal, which has been our mode of voting? Sinong kilala mo, sinong kaibigan mo, saan ka malakas, saan ka pwedeng kumuha ng trabaho, sino magbabayad ng pinakamalaking buwis para sa boto mo, to the issues that should matter to us. So I think that's part of the question we have to answer today. What are those issues? And can those issues be converted into concerns that will translate our vote into the leaders that we want? For our first panel, I'm very happy to introduce 4 speakers who are all, in my opinion, opinionated, and they all have a view of what the issue should be. May I introduce our first panel speaker, Dr. Ronald U. Mendoza, who is currently Associate Professor of Economics at the Asian Institute of Management. He's also the Executive Director of the AIM Policy Center. For his education, Dr. Mendoza finished at the Ateneo de Manila, majoring in economics. So I guess there are some Ateneans here, so you can go Blue Eagles. And never mind about the Green Archers. He holds a master's in public administration and international development from the JFK School of Government at Harvard. He has an MA and PhD in economics from Fordham University. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, may I present Dr. Ronald U. Mendoza to tell us about the challenges that face us for next year's election.
Thank you very much to the organizers and, of course, our hosts here in LaSalle. I'm not often here in this side of Manila, but I always cherish the opportunity to visit our friends in LaSalle. I actually have a PowerPoint. I don't know if they're going to be able to load it. But what I wanted to tell, first of all, before I begin, can I have a raise of hands who is from Luzon, from this group? Okay, good. Luzon is well represented. Who is from Visayas? Okay, a few hands, good. Even if you're studying in Manila, but you're from Visayas, you can raise your hand, right? Who's from Mindanao? Good. Actually, and of course, our own Dean Tony Lavinia is also from Mindanao, well represented. Ideally, we would like to see actually good representation of young people in these events from all over the country, because that's the theme for today's event, is building an inclusive democracy. I don't have a clicker, so I'll just say, go ahead to the person who's manning the PowerPoint, please. I'm going to go straight to the presentation, which is really just to show you this discussion on political dynasties. I'm sure you've heard one thing or the other about this particular issue, but it seems it's going to be a very, very important issue again in 2016 for the same reasons it was already important before in 2013 and before that. So I just want to give you an example. Usually the reason that people say political dynasties have an advantage, which is that they have a long runway for reforms. If you are a political dynasty, you can actually implement reforms continuously. And the example that people usually give is basically Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore. That's the picture of a young Lee Kuan Yew immediately before he became prime minister. And of course, he's holding his son, who is now the prime minister of Singapore, took over from his father, right? Now, this is the prototypical example of, okay, a dynasty can actually do a lot of good. Here's the example people give. In the Philippines, it's slightly different. Let me give you another slide. We also had a dynasty during those times. Just about the time when Lee Kuan Yew took over, we had this particular family. And in fact, their family is still in office right now, family members. I count a congresswoman, a governor, another congresswoman, and a senator in that bunch. And of course, that guy standing up used to be our president, right? Now, most of you are not from this era, so let me describe a little bit what was going on during this era of this particular dynasty. An extreme concentration of political power, which was then used to influence also economic power, right? Next, click, please. So typically, a dynasty has these two main elements, a monopoly of political power and a lot of discretion. The problem with the monopoly of political power and a lot of discretion is if you do not have accountability, the end result is typically a lot of corruption, right? So this is really the difference between a Lee Kuan Yew and a Marcos. Monopoly plus discretion with a lot of accountability in the Singapore case, very little accountability in our case. So what was the result? I'll just give you a few examples. This is one example typically given as a big white elephant project during those times, the Bataan nuclear power plant. I don't know if you all are familiar with this particular project, but for those of you who are suffering brownouts or power outages right now in your homes, part of the challenge that we inherited from really bad policies from before is that some of our public sector investments did not pan out. This is one really classic example. It costs us $150,000 a day in principal payments alone, this particular project. Next, please. And total price tag, 120 billion pesos. This is calculated in real terms, translated into our currency. So what is the effect of this? Next click. Total output, 0 kilowatts, not even enough for a light bulb, for a 120 billion peso project. And this is equivalent to 150,000 classrooms that could have been built back then, more than enough to supply the classroom gap for the country, had that particular public investment been made. So this is the cost of a lot of monopoly of power and discretion without accountability, a lot of wasted public funds. This is why Matuwid na Daan is so important to us today, that we don't suffer from these kinds of wasted opportunities and really costly projects that our country can scarcely afford. Next slide. There's some good news, and this is the slide I wanted to show you. A Marcos aide was actually arrested and convicted recently in New York. I don't know if you heard about this. This just happened last year, actually, trying to sell a Monet painting in the New York art market for 32 million US dollars. This is a secretary of the former First Lady. Arrested, of course, by the US authorities and convicted. And based on a recent update by the PCGG, next click, please. Basically, the update is that 4 billion out of an estimated 10 billion of ill-gotten wealth has already been recovered by the Philippine government. Of course, that's already a minor victory, but for those of us who are thinking, well, the 10 billion, we should have gotten all of it back. We only got 40% of it, some 25, 30 years later. So of course, that's a lot of money that was the product of corruption that can continue to corrupt institutions. So guess where this Monet painting sold for $32 million would have been going, right? So just a little bit of creativity and you can already think, oh, okay, they must have been mobilizing resources, right? So this is the risk, right, of one political dynasty. Fast forward to today. Next slide. The post-Marcos era is characterized actually by the rise of many mini dynasties and mini dictatorships in the Philippines, spread across our country. So there's no longer that one main political dynasty really just concentrating all the power. If you go to the different provinces across the country, and there are dynasties in all of our provinces, by the way, you will see this concentration of power at that micro level, right? So before I describe the next slides, I just want to mention that the other seemingly new trend is the rise of many fat dynasties. What do we mean by fat dynasties? This is really a category whereby sabay-sabay silang tumatakbo. Dati kasi may konting delikadesa. Yung tatay, papalitan ng anak, pero hindi sila sabay tatakbo. Maghihintay yung anak na magre-retire yung tatay bago papalit. Ngayon po, sabay-sabay na talaga silang tumatakbo. And you can see that in many of our local government situations today. Governor at vice governor, mag-ama, mayor at vice mayor, mag-ina. These are the situations that we observe. Next slide, please. So, I'll just give you one example, Maguindanao, in the news recently due to Mama Sapano, which is in the province of Maguindanao. In the last elections, I'm sorry, it got messed up a little bit. Can you click and see if it gets fixed? Oops, just go back to it then. It doesn't get fixed, sorry about that. Just go to Maguindanao. 77 Ampatuans ran for office in 2013, according to a Rappler report. You want to know how many Ampatuans actually won in 2013? 23. That's a pretty good batting average for 77, right? 23 Ampatuans, and unfortunately it's not showing there. I apologize for this, probably because of the Mac software. But the Ampatuans have 6 mayors, 4 vice mayors, and 13 councilors in the family, right? Next slide. Another province with a lot of dynasties is Dinagat Islands, and I apologize for this. It's supposed to show what we call the pizza pie of political power. And that circle is supposed to show different slices. So for those of you interested, I'll just share the soft copy of this later on with the organizers, and you can actually look at it from your own computers. But essentially, the Ecleos dominate the Dinagat Islands in the same way that the Ampatuans dominate Maguindanao. Next click. You will see here that the Ecleos have 1 governor, 1 vice governor. So the mother is the governor, yung anak po niya na lalaki ay vice governor. They have 3 mayors, 2 councilors, and 2 provincial board members. Now, for those of you who are studying political science in this group, what is the problem of having a provincial board member and a governor in the same family? Anyone? They're supposed to be the check and balance of our local government system. The provincial board is supposed to review the activities and budget of the executive, which is the governor who is now managing at the provincial level. Now, if you have relatives in the provincial board, then that's really sort of a confusion of checks and balances already, and a possible abuse of this. Next slide. What can you see in Dinagat Islands? What have they done with the monopoly of political power and the exercise of discretion? Did they actually make Dinagat Islands progress like Singapore? Did they actually use all that power for the betterment of their people? No. And in fact, this is the view that will welcome you when you're going to the port of Dinagat Islands. I went there for a summer vacation actually a few months back. You will see many fishing villages actually in the front of the port, right? Really poor families live there. And on the top of the hill, you will see a rather big house, which is estimated to cost about 300 million pesos, right? And the house looks like a castle. In fact, the locals call it the White Castle, right? Ito pong White Castle na to, dyan po nakatira ang kanilang governor. Next click. That's what the White Castle looks like up close, right? So they always like to give this example of Makati City and the shanties near Makati as an example of inequality, economic inequality. Well, actually, the economic inequality is now well visible all over the country, even in the countryside. Here, the political inequality is very much linked to the economic inequality in this particular province. And so that's actually the parting message that I want to convey to you today. I don't have so much time to deliver this talk, but the reason why economists and development practitioners such as myself, Tony Lavinia, July Tihanki, Professor Winnie Monsod also did a study on this with Professor Toby Monsod, in fact is quoted in our study. The reason why we are studying this is because the politics and economics of it is now sort of melding. The inequality in the political sphere, the dominance of some families in our political sphere, is showing up and infecting the economic sphere. It is showing up in the lack of ambition of some of our economic policies. It is showing up in the extreme concentration of wealth in some of our industries. It is showing up in the lack of aggressive reforms that could generate more jobs for young people such as yourselves. And this is the challenge that we face today. The TOR was to describe to you the challenge that we face. Let me leave you with this last slide. And this, I think, is the most problematic image that I can deliver to you today. This is a line a day after the 2013 elections, somewhere in Manila. I'm told that we are in the city of Manila, right? The line is outside of the newly elected mayor's house, right? And what do these people want? They are looking for a balato. Now, for those of you who are not Filipinos, a balato is sort of a reward given by someone who just won something. So if you won the sweepstakes, you won the lottery, you won some gambling bet, typically all of the community is looking for some kind of libre or some kind of balato, right? Typical po yan sa kultura natin. This group of people they are looking for a balato from their newly elected mayor who is a convicted plunderer, right? And want to know the most disturbing part of this image? If that is not disturbing enough, please next click. That's a child lining up also. So my hope, and I will begin to end the presentation here today, is that the young people will actually try to think about these issues more deeply and try to convince fellow young people that we can ambition more as a country, that we cannot just line up for balato from people who are concentrating economic and political power, that the true future of this democracy and this economy is that the power should reside in the people. Kaya nga people power, di ba? That was the original hope. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mendoza, for that presentation, which I think raises our blood pressure a bit. It's irritating, it's disturbing, and I hope it's enough to stimulate further discussion. Our next speaker is a former congressman. And he's former not because he doesn't belong to a political dynasty, but because he resigned in disgust. Early in the middle of March, just March, 2 months ago, he resigned from Congress because he felt that his particular position about our president after the Mama Sapano incident did not sit well with him, and he was not in agreement with the party that he represented in Congress. Our speaker today, Dr. Walden Bello, has a PhD from Princeton University. Dr. Bello.
Thank you very much, Checha. I, first of all, would like to thank Rappler, De La Salle University, the Ateneo School of Governance, and other sponsors of this very important forum here today. Challenges for the next president. I also have a PowerPoint, so I'll just say when to move. First of all, she or he must deal with the problem of good governance. The current administration used the Daang Matuwid as its platform to come to power. Unfortunately, the president subverted it by using double standards, going after his enemies, while tolerating corruption, inefficiency, and recklessness among his friends and allies. Could you, next slide, please. Double standards coupled with fraternity-like loyalty, or barkadahan, to erring subordinates produced two great debacles: the Disbursement Acceleration Program, masterminded by Budget Secretary Butch Abad, and the Mama Sapano tragedy, managed by former Police Chief Alan Purisima. Next slide, please. Second, an aspiring candidate must deal decisively with the issue of poverty, which continues to affect 28% of our population, and inequality, which is one of the worst in Asia. The outgoing administration had a powerful instrument to reach this end, the Agrarian Reform Extension Law, or CARPER, but it failed to effectively use it due to bureaucratic timidity. By the time of the end of the program on June 30, 2014, some 700,000 hectares of the best lands in the country were left undistributed. This, in my view, is the greatest failure of the Aquino administration, and it is one that will haunt its successor. I have a personal regret when it comes to this, because I was one of the principal authors of the CARPER law, which was, in fact, as I said earlier, hardly implemented. Next slide, please. Third, the next administration must place development front and center and abandon the neoliberal policies which have led to deindustrialization, the destabilization of agriculture, and the massive expulsion of our labor force to the global wilderness known as the labor export policy. Among the first tasks must be the repeal of the Automatic Appropriations Act that mandates that full repayment of the debt to foreign and domestic creditors must take the first cut of the national budget. Some 20 to 40% of the budget has gone to foreign debt servicing yearly over the last 3 decades. And this has gutted the capital expenditures that the state must devote to infrastructure and social needs essential to stimulating development. Also necessary are an industrial policy and a trade policy aimed at saving what is left of our industrial base while reinvigorating the badly damaged areas of industry. Next slide, please. Fourth, the next president must make it a priority to repeal the Electric Power Industry Reform Act. Instead of bringing us lower prices, efficiency, and greater competition, EPIRA, the centerpiece of which was the privatization of all phases of the power industry, brought us some of the highest power prices in the world, more inefficiency in electric power delivery, and monopoly. One of the strategic debacles of the current administration was to waste its time for a whole year, 2014, seeking emergency powers for a crisis that never came, instead of reforming or replacing EPIRA. Now, there is simply no prospect that in the last 6 months of working time left to the administration, the EPIRA problem can be tackled. Next slide, please. The next president must also prioritize climate-proofing the country to the extent that is possible, securing the passage of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, and conducting a balanced foreign policy that does not deliver us lock, stock, and barrel into the hands of one superpower in the effort to counter the moves of the other. Mama Sapano illustrates the dangers of adopting a security policy that prioritizes the interests of the United States instead of the interests of the Philippines. One cannot have a one-dimensional foreign policy in the most geopolitically complex region of the world. Next slide, please. Finally, let me end by saying that one of the greatest challenges is saving democracy in this country. Many among our young people are rightfully disillusioned with the liberal democratic system that has been given nearly 30 years to radically reduce poverty, inequality, and corruption, but has failed miserably. Not surprisingly, many are being seduced by the prospect of the man or woman on horseback that promises to, quote, end the democratic stalemate, unquote, to use the words of the departed dictator. The next administration may well be the last chance to convince our youth that democracy can deliver. I do not mean to imply anything with this analogy, but Napoleon III came to power 37 years after Napoleon Bonaparte. Never underestimate the politics of restoration, especially in a country with a short memory. Thank you very much.
The third member of our panel needs little introduction. We see her on television, we read her in the newspapers, and we hear her comments being quoted and repeated at forums like this. And we also see her as we sit in a large lecture room where the professor of Economics 101 comes in and delivers her now well-known lecture. Winnie Monsod is a household name to those who watch television. She is a very charming but feared interviewer. We read her in the newspapers, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, for her very cutting and incisive views about different issues facing us. And we also see her at the University of the Philippines, where she has been accorded the highest honor available for any professor, Professor Emeritus at the University of the Philippines, a lady who finished at the Wharton School of Economics. It's my pleasure to present the third member of our panel, Winnie Monsod.
Thanks a lot, Cheche. I didn't know you loved me so much. Well, my presentation is based on a cut and paste of a couple of presentations I had done previously. Okay, it's a sum. I'm talking about the long view of the Philippines. Do you know that between 1960 and 2009, the Philippines per capita income grew by 1.58%. That means using the rule of 70 divided by 1.58, about 40 years, 35 years, it will double its per capita income in 35 years if we go at this pace. Compare that with Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, South Korea, China, Japan. They ranged their per capita, per person growth rate from 3.4% to 6.18%. That means they will double their income anywhere from 22 years to 11 years. What I'm saying is that Filipinos who were earning in 1960 100 pesos are earning now 280 pesos. That sounds good, no? But the people in the other countries who are earning 100 pesos at the same time, 1960, are now earning 500 pesos to 1,900 pesos. That's the situation between the Philippines and its neighbors. Next, please. Yeah. Well, what's the difference? Why do these growth rates differ? The major factor for this difference in growth rates is government policies and institutions. Those government policies, obviously, it's governance, which means to say we have something to do with that because we were the ones who elected these people into government. And institutions have to do, one of the important things there under institutions is the fact of corruption. That is an element which affects most developing countries, but we more than most. There are other reasons, but the major factor, if we are 1.58 and the fastest grower is 6.18, that means about 5% difference. If the difference in growth rate is 5%, the government and institutions account for 3.3% of that 5%. Okay, so we're bringing it down now to our leaders and corruption, because I think corruption is the major cause for everything that we have experienced. Next, please. This is what somebody wrote about the Philippines. It is not surprising to find national policies shaped by personalities, landlord-controlled lobbies. This is what Ronald and Walden was talking about, more than by issues and principles. Although public opinion is not ineffective, shifting coalitions of interest groups tend to set the limits of government action. In other words, lobby groups. The major parties are ideologically indistinguishable, have a fluid membership, there's no permanent organization, and rely on local and provincial bases to deliver the votes. Elections have been marred by intimidations. Next, please. Violence, outright gangsterism. Political allegiance is largely determined by private and family interests, your dynasties. Much of the politics centers on patronage. A not surprising consequence is that graft and corruption permeate all levels of public life. Graft and corruption. When was this written? Next, please. Oh, well, hindi pa pala tapos. Perhaps in no other country in South Asia is political dishonesty so widely recognized, accepted, and talked about as part of the political game. When was this written? Next, please. This was written by Gunnar Myrdal, Nobel laureate in economics. He wrote it in Asian Drama, which was published in 1968. You know, you would think he was describing now, but he was describing 1968. That's the challenge. Next, please. Okay. Well, is it hopeless then? At this point, I want to go ahead about corruption. Can you please move it ahead? Chai, where is Chai? Go ahead before coming back. Go ahead. Some more. Oh, wala na. Wala na. Tay muna, nasan yung isa? Okay. You mean to say you cannot put it in? Because I want to talk to you about corruption. That's why I put it from another presentation. Ayan. Okay? I lifted from extensive literature on corruption. What is graft and corruption that has so affected the Philippines so much that its growth is so low, its per capita income growth is so low. Strong causal link between governance, in other words, governance and development outcomes, including GDP per capita, which we talked about, infant mortality, and adult literacy. This is Kaufman. Next. Yan. Higher corruption adversely affects key social indicators, such as child mortality rates, income inequality, educational levels, and poverty. Isn't that the issues that are facing us now? All right. Next. These are all empirically, this is all empirical evidence. Corruption retards the emergence of strong institutions over time. Next. Next. Corruption acts as a tax to discourage foreign direct investment. Corruption is a major factor in aid fatigue, undermining donor contributions to development assistance. Next. The deleterious effects of corruption fall disproportionately on the poor. So here we're talking about corruption. Everybody says corruption. You know, all of them are corrupt. But these are the effects of corruption. This has to be presented to us face to face so that we know exactly how corruption affects us. And it affects the poor most of all. Okay, now we go back. Now we have to go back, I'm sorry, to, ayun. Attracts talented people to counterproductive or unproductive activities. Why do I say that? Well, because you're somebody who comes from LaSalle or Ateneo. I am beyond that. LaSalle and Ateneo, their enmity or whatever it is against each other, doesn't matter. I'm from UP. That's the best. Okay. No, you know, attracts talented. Tiyan mo, galing kayo sa LaSalle, galing kayo sa Ateneo, right? You have a choice open to you. You go to, are you going to work hard, do your own investing, make hirap, etc., or are you going to try to sell, to go into politics and make money and do these corrupt activities? More than likely, let's face it, a lot of our corrupt people are from LaSalle and Ateneo. Also UP. Oh, ang mga presidente natin, lahat UP. Okay, except this last president of ours is from Ateneo. Okay, so that's what it is. When they are faced, Filipinos are rational people. They say, well, what are the costs and benefits? I go here into this line of activity, I sell favors or whatever, I buy favors and make money out of them. or I do a hard, a good job, hard working, etc., and I'm not even sure that I'm going to make money. All right? And then it reduces private investment. So all of that distorts optimal management of natural resources. Tingnan niyo ang mining natin. Our mining, we are supposed to be rich in natural resources. And what has happened to mining in the Philippines? Who has it benefited? It has benefited some foreigners, some very rich people, but it has caused enormous destruction to our environment, and we have nothing to show for it, for all that mining and revenue that gets out of the country. Is it not? Corruption. They buy the legislature. There's Walden Bello who was not buyable, so he had to leave the legislature. If you are buyable, you can stay in the legislature. All right? And then corruption prevents markets from functioning properly. I think that's about it. Okay? Oh my God. Corruption undermines, tignan nyo, ang dami-dami. Corruption undermines national efforts to control disease, confront the drug trade, ensure transport safety, etc. All that. Okay. So now we know what the problems of corruption are. And so we say, well, we've been corrupt since 1968 and even before that, because I just did a study on the politics and the economy of the 1950s. So what, is it hopeless then? Let's go back. You'll have to go back, sweetie. Go back to the first one. I'm sorry. I'm giving him so much trouble because I wouldn't have done it. I would have just talked to you if Chai hadn't said, sige, I can do it. So she's doing it. Okay. Is it all hopeless then? What are the pluses? What do we have going for us? Ayan. A very active civil society. Admit. The PH vote is one of them. The developmental NGOs. Then we have a church that is exercising the preferential option for the poor. Advocacy of agrarian reform, farmers' causes, etc. We have investigative journalism. Rappler is one of those. Whistleblowers. And then, of course, the judiciary. Once in a while, once in a long while, it has golden moments. Diba? Okay, I mean, those are pluses. Okay, what's going against us? Next, please. This is corruption perception has decreased. In other words, we have been, well, this is up to 2013. Before we were 2.4, our corruption perception index. Are you going to do that? Are you going to do that? Huh? Okay. 2.4 in 2010, abay, naging 3.6 na. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng 2.4? 0 is total corruption, and 10 is clean government. We are now from 2.4 to 3.6. I mean, if you think that is great going, and I think it is great going, 2.4 to 3.6, we are very, very far from 10. Okay, next. What are Well, there's Walden Bello saying that the agrarian reform that he was trying to continue is in peril. Economic development is full of quotes about how agrarian reform was the basis of Taiwan, of South Korea, of Japan, and of China. People don't remember that. They just think, sige, mag-industrialize tayo. What are you going to do with agriculture? Besides which, investment in agriculture probably gives out more return than investment in industry. Then we have automated elections, flawed. We know that it's going on now. Then we have presidential candidates, not promising. Here is Ronald Mendoza. He did not say. I mean, he was talking about Marcos because he's dead na, and then the other. But here we have a living example of a fat dynasty. We're talking about the vice president, who is vice president, his son who is mayor, his daughter who is senator, whose other daughter who is a congresswoman. That the kind you want? Boy, if that's what you want, you deserve them. Next. Okay, next, please. So, is it hopeless? Here's another quote. I will end with another quote. Wealthy, we do not think it will ever become. The advantages conferred by nature, with the exception of the climate, and the level of indolence and pleasure of the people themselves forbid it. They are a happy race, and being content with little are not likely to achieve much. You think they're talking about the Philippines? You got another thing coming. Guess where that comes from? Next, please. Letters from Japan, 1881. Somebody was describing Japan. So 1881 to 1960, 80 years, maybe it will take us 100 years, but there is hope for us. Except, I'm saying, unless the youth of today start thinking about who they're going to vote for, what they're going to vote for. You vote for somebody who is competent, who empowers the people instead of taking power from them, and somebody who has integrity. That's all I want. That's all you should hope for. Thank you very much.
Don't tell me I didn't warn you. She's a quotable lady, and she speaks from the heart. So we got a mouthful there, didn't we? But that's not the end. We have one more great speaker on our panel who will also talk about the challenges that face us as voters in 12 months. I'd like to introduce Dr. Cleo Kalimbahan, who is currently the Executive Director of Transparency International Philippines. She has a PhD in political science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison on a Fulbright scholarship. She has a master's in science in international politics of Asia and Africa and from the School of Oriental and African Studies of the University of London. Let's listen to her and find out what are the other challenges facing us as voters as we anticipate elections next year. Dr. Kalimbahan.
It's bad enough to be the speaker after Winnie Monsod, but she also said those from Ateneo and LaSalle are corrupt. I'm from Ateneo, and I taught in LaSalle. So I'm really scraping the bottom of the academic pool. Okay, and she speaks from the heart, according to Ma'am Cheche. So good afternoon. Thank you very much to the organizers for your kind invitation for me to join today's forum. It's always good to be back in De La Salle. Yesterday, when Dean July called me up explaining about today's forum, he said it's because the presidential balls declined or are unable to. So I guess, in a way, that sums up the challenges that we face. Where are the leaders we want? And consequently, where are the leaders that we need? So today I represent Transparency International. We are, I have a slide as well. So we're an international movement, and we're present in 90 chapters around the world. We were founded 20 years ago by a German named Peter Eigen, who was working for the World Bank. And at that time, he noticed the amount of corruption that was eating up development money in Africa. And now, we work both at the national and international level. We have a no impunity campaign. We support the passing of the Freedom of Information Bill. And we are working closely to make sure countries comply with the UN Convention Against Corruption and also the commitments of the countries to the Open Government Partnership. So in the Philippines, our focus areas are really on innovation in schools, and our advocacy is focused on young people. The platform and approach that we are using is technology for transparency. One of Transparency International Philippines program is a youth integrity project. Last January 4, we actually sent Filipino youth delegates to the first international youth camp. And the theme was Youth Empowerment for Transparency and Integrity. Spending almost a week in Cambodia, our Filipino youth delegates came back with a modest seed money to start their own initiative. And last April 25, we spent the day in Taytay, Rizal, with the young leaders of Taytay. And maybe some of you will say, wow, that's Rizal, there's a fat dynasty there as well. So the event was really both community-driven and youth-driven. The event is called #BayanKoAayos, the Filipino youth's commitment to integrity. We collaborated with Angat Kabataan and the 10 outstanding students of the Philippines alumni community. And we will be replicating this in other cities and launching this with an online component as well. So what happens in a BayanKoAayos activity? Simply, we converse. We talk about integrity, but we also encourage. We encourage young public servants to stay on course. Our two youth representatives, Angel Bombarda and Charles Ladia, are in fact both working in government. One is with the Department of Budget and Management, and another with the House of Representatives. Now, what did I learn from interacting with young, talented people? They do not want the promise of a better future. They are aware of the complex problems that our country faces. But what they want is that their leaders prepare a better future for them. Young people have what it takes for zero tolerance corruption. And in Transparency International, we see corruption truly as it's an attack against our shared future. When there is corruption, we do not talk about creative solutions. We talk about shortcuts and the quick buck. Consensus and collaboration become difficult. And I will talk about elections now very quickly, because elections, as one historian told me once, he said, Cleo, elections in the Philippines is like the Olympics and the Mardi Gras all rolled into one. And we know that. So 2016 is fast approaching. And when you talk to senior officials, international organizations, donors, many worry that 2016 will be a repeat of 1998. At that time, we were gaining momentum, we were up, and then the Philippines dropped off the map. When I was working on electoral integrity issues, my research focused not so much on electoral outcomes, but on the electoral process, because the process affects the outcome. When talking about process then, it is now time to talk about leaders in plural that we want. Our government agencies, our constitutional commissions need to be manned as well by honest, competent leaders with a vision for their organization. And that vision must include providing service, better service to the Filipino people. That better service is something that you and I deserve. But we, the citizens, must also have a shift in our approach to government. We need to demand accountability. Demanding accountability coupled with volunteerism. What can we do together on the issue of campaign finance? There must be some creative solution for that. What can we do in having a more objective voters' education? Is there a new way to present voters' education that focuses on accountability? Is there a way for technology to jumpstart that? Is there a way for citizens to monitor and report anonymously vote buying come 2016? We need to talk and work towards creative solutions. Now, the problems we face require synergy of reforms and good leadership across public institutions. But we must also be vigilant and vocal about what we want. We need to continue to converse, to collaborate, just as we are doing today. Maraming salamat po.
We would like to call on the last four speakers and Ms. Cheche Lazaro to the stage. Or we will do that when the chairs are on the stage. A round of applause, please. There you go. How about 2 big claps? Not very in sync. One more. 1, 2. Not so good. 1, 2. Dude, this is fun. You gullible freaks. I like this. Again, my opinions are not Rapplers. All right? All right, a round of applause for speakers, please. A more sincere round of applause for speakers. Still gullible. Thank you.
Is this a wireless mic? Okay, we now have Walden Bello. Please join us here.
Walden is here.
Oh, you're there already. Okay.
Mendoza
Dr.
is not
Mendoza.
here.
Dr. Kalimbahan. All right. Thank you very much for that round of warm applause. As our speakers animatedly pointed out, there are challenges that we face. Dr. Mendoza started out by talking about the political dynasties. And we've had dynasties since forever, I think, and they're getting fatter and fatter as we move down the line. Dr. Bello talked about the things that we should be watching out for. And he started out by giving the reason why he left Congress, because the Daang Matuwid was not matuwid and was a little baku-bako. He talked about inequity, that, for example, the CARP law has not been able to address. Dr. Kalimbahan talked about the kinds of movements that they are now trying to institute among young groups of people like yourselves, trying to raise awareness about what to look for in leaders, about corruption, about the issues that we now face. And Winnie pointed out, zeroed in on corruption as a main issue that many of our speakers referred to as having translated political power into economic power, and therefore which affects all of us in a very real sense. So today we'd like to start out by asking, if we were to focus on just one single issue that we should think about for the coming elections, what would that be? Dr. Mendoza, you want to start? You have a microphone down there. Oh, you have it already.
So I'm an economist, so I can't really focus on one issue. That's my problem. But I do agree that as a clarion call for 2016, maybe good governance and anti-corruption would be the best sort of basket that you can frame it. But if I may, one of my, I guess my critiques of Matuwid na Daan is that some people thought that the absence of corruption alone will do the job. That is not going to do the job. In fact, if you appoint less than competent people, you will not get the MRT running. If you appoint people who are not making money or not getting kickbacks, but are in no way the best people for that job, you'll get public services basically not satisfying the people, right? And you'll not get things running. So I think that was part of, and this is just, I'm reiterating the views of other speakers here. Part of the challenge is to grow the advocacy beyond just Matuwid na Daan. It has to go somewhere, and it has to convince our young people that that's worth going to.
Okay. But before we get into specific issues, like you're now saying, Dr. Mendoza, that it has to go beyond the single issue of corruption, that we must address as voters in 12 months. May I posit a question first to all four of you? Do you think that all of us here are now into the idea of voting on the basis of issues? Can I ask all of you to please just raise your hands? Do you think, in your heart of hearts, that you will vote on the basis of an issue? Raise your hand. Issues. that you will choose the president based on a specific set of issues? Not too many, I have to say. How many will vote on the basis of how, the traditional way, how you know the person, the stories, the backstories behind that person, the kind of personality he projects to the public? Very few brave people will admit that that's how they vote. But do you agree with the public here, Dr. Bello, that we're not into issues? Not everybody raised their hands on that.
Well, unfortunately, I think the major part of the electorate is still not on issues, but on clientelistic patronage kind of politics. However, I do think it is an uphill struggle, and I think this is a presidential campaign where, with enough effort and with the cooperation of different segments of society and particular groups, we can push issues to the forefront and judge people by that, and to really grill them on issues like how they will eliminate or reduce corruption, how they will reduce inequality and poverty, what is their position on agrarian reform, what they would do with the energy policy of this country as well as with ecology. So I think that like Winnie, I would say let us not give up hope, because I do think that over time we can get a critical part of the community to really begin and to vote on issues.
Okay, Dr. Cleo, it's very interesting that you started your talk by saying that you were invited because the presidentiables could not make it. I didn't even know they were invited. But having said that, they don't appear, they don't come. Is that a clear sign to you that they're not willing to deal with issues?
Well, I'm not sure exactly if it's because they're not willing to deal with issues, but perhaps to go back to your original question, I would say part of the reason why we still remain stuck in personality politics is because we don't have political parties that are genuine, as was mentioned in one of the slides. When you don't have genuine political parties, then you really end up having rhetoric about the person rather than about programs that political party will be pushing for once they are in power. So I think that is part of the problem. Having said that, I'm also, I think for the longest time, people have, during campaigns, they would pretty much focus on saying, I'm the one who's not corrupt, he's the one who's corrupt. But the front runner for the 2016, once upon a time, was a reformist during his younger years. People are worried now that he doesn't talk about governance and good governance. But at one point, he actually packaged himself as a reformist. So I think part of the problem is the fact that structurally and institutionally, you don't have genuine political parties.
Okay. Winnie, you were saying that was a very startling statistic that you put there, the per capita growth at 1.3 or 1.5, 1.58%. And for 49 years. Yeah, in the span of 49 years. And you attributed that to corruption.
Well, not entirely to corruption, obviously, but certainly a major factor was government and institutions. And part of that institutions is corruption. That's an ADB study, and it was a study by Jeffrey Sachs, etc. I mean, there's no denying it. And the reason I brought that in is because who puts the people in government? Is it not us? So if we don't realize that what's going to happen is if we vote for the wrong person, we're going to have 6 years of nothingness. Well,
but does that also mean that because we are responsible for the leaders that we put into office, and there's a lot of talk about corruption. Everybody's talking about corruption. Everybody's using it as a hashtag. But is that going to affect our vote, do you think?
Well,
Look at the numbers.
I certainly hope so. Napaka-bobo naman natin if we're going to vote for somebody who is corrupt, who is so obviously corrupt, and put him in a leadership position.
But if you're saying we're bobo,
I know,
because we do that, haven't we proven that we are bobo because of the leaders that we have put in office in the past?
bobo before. Now we're looking forward to a new election. We may not be so bobo anymore.
Okay. So to all the bobos and the bobas, which include all of us, we now turn it over to you on the floor. If you have questions, please feel free to stand up, pick up a mic, and posit your questions to our panel.
Just one.
Yes.
I'm a member of the Movement for Good Governance. It's, people all over the place, members, even Rappler, I hope. Well, we have a scorecard, which is part of our voters' education. And there are only 3 questions. Ito ba ay mahusay? Ito ba ay nag-empower ng people? I don't know what is the Tagalog version of that. Is this man good? In other words, is he competent? Programs, etc. Does he empower the people? Does he get their opinions? Does he consult them, etc.? And the third is integrity. Does he have integrity? Corruption has to do with integrity. There are the 2 others. But boy, without that corruption, we're sunk because all our money is wasted. Could be brought to so many things. That's all I want. That's why I focus on corruption, because I think naman, Binay is competent. Oh, he doesn't believe. Dr. Mendoza doesn't say anything, but he does not think that Binay is competent. Well, I think he's competent. I mean, he's not as competent as he says he is, but he certainly, of course, he's from UP.
Queenie, I think we have to be fair. Huh?
No.
We have to be fair.
But what I'm saying, he's too arrogant, because he says he made Makati. That's not true. Makati made him rich, right? Lee Kuan Yew made Singapore rich.
Mrs. Monsod, Professor Monsod, I think one of the rules of the game is we're not going to campaign here.
I'm not campaigning. I'm merely saying people should know these things, because right? So that it gets inside their head.
Okay.
I'm not campaigning. I don't have a party.
But you have a preference.
I have an advocacy against corrupt people in government.
Okay. I think we are all agreed to a man that we don't support corruption. Is that a correct assumption? Man or woman? Well, I'm using man as a generic term, because there are many women who... I'm using it as a generic term because man and woman, most women are also... I think I'm getting myself into a trap here. I better stop while I'm not quite ahead. All right, Dr. Mendoza, let's hear from you. You were saying earlier that these dynasties existed or have been existing and are growing fatter. But I seem to feel that based on the latest SWS and Pulse surveys, the leading candidate, in this case, Mr. Binay, Vice President Binay, the issue of corruption and the talk about corruption has been whirling around us for several months now, if not years. It doesn't seem to affect him. It doesn't seem to affect his numbers. Can you tell us why?
Well, I don't know about that, whether I can tell you exactly why, but I think one of the challenges is that we are basically like-minded. This entire room is like-minded. We hate corruption. We want someone who is more ambitious next year. We have shared ideas on the type of leadership that we expect. But the real problem is out there. And the real problem was the last picture that I showed you. This is a line of people asking for basically money from someone who just won office. Part of, I think, the challenge behind this, the reason why there are such realities in our country right now is the lack of inclusive growth in the country, the fact that jobs are not that abundant. So we are stuck in a trap where we keep on sending corrupt, less ambitious people who do not want to push the right reforms, who then are feeding with all of these largesse that they get from corruption or from other things, the people who continue to send them back in there. And then, basically, there's this group that is trapped in the middle, and your only choice is to either stay here and duke it out or go abroad and actually work abroad. So I think the real challenge for our group is really how to break from this trap. How do you change the rules of the game so that people sort of, try to ambition for more or really just don't line up in that way?
Do any of our panel members have ideas of how to break out of that vicious cycle? That this will happen every time we have an election. People are going to expect that largesse. People are going to look to their leaders as supplying them with their food money, because that is how we have been conditioned in every election. Any ideas from our panel how to break the cycle? Winnie.
Well, we have institutions that we have to strengthen. For example, the institution that we most, ignore is the institution called the barangay. That is the institution which has the most, democratic situation, because the people in the barangay are legislators. They can ask of their chairman what has been done to their barangay. They can recommend to the chairman what must be done to their barangay. And yet, up to this point, if I ask all the people in this room, how many of you have attended a barangay assembly? Look, 3, 4, 5, 6. Amazing. Barangay assembly, it's held twice a year, in March and in October. You hold that barangay chairman to account, and you can tell him what he should spend the money on, because the barangays get money like mad. And that is the start, because, if there is no corruption with that chairman, kind of hard to get corrupt to the mayor, no? Because it's a self-feeding institution. So there's so many things we can do, but we are caught in this morass of helplessness na hindi pwede kasi, it's been there since time immemorial. That's why I said, is it hopeless? No, it's not. But we got to work. It's just that we're lazy. We don't want to, barangay Saturday, that is a Saturday. I have to go to Boracay. Isn't that the case? I mean, if we want something hard enough, we will work hard enough. And unless we work hard enough, we're not going to affect any change in this country. Nobody gets a free lunch here.
But isn't it also because the people are very concerned about surviving? You have to get your meal. You have to clothe your children.
Kaya nga sinasabi natin kung ano ang epekto ng corruption eh. Sila ang naaapektuhan pinakamalaki.
Okay. Is it because we don't understand? We don't understand the connection?
Well, I think we should repeat it and repeat it, because what we're doing now is talking about corruption. It's become like a motherhood statement. But if you say what the effects of corruption are, health, infant mortality, etc., and then they'll start worrying about it. You have to bring the topic to their consciousness in the sense that they know how it's going to affect them. It's not just a word that sounds nice.
Yes. Dr. Cleo, in your Transparency International sessions that you have with young people, do you see changes in their perception about corruption and their performance and their relationship to the voting process?
Definitely. I mean, some of the participants in that particular youth program that we had were former SKs. And they were bribed. And they could not, yes. So they would tell us their experiences, and it's really it's very moving how they stood their ground and actually said no. They were very young at that time. So I really think the young people are the key, because social media is there. Public shaming is less. I mean, you're more adept with the technology, but also public shaming is fine by you guys through social media. We have a hard time calling out, for instance, a corrupt politician, but young people didn't have a hard time posting through social media the lifestyle of a son of a politician. You know, I said, wow, great, I love it that young people are doing this. The vigilance is there, the public shaming is there. You're holding the father accountable through the son because he's posting a very, very excessive lifestyle.
Okay. Dr. Mendoza, you spoke about groups, right? Harnessing the power of groups. Can you tell us more about swing votes and what difference this coming election will make if people band together to make a difference?
Well, let me posit a few ideas. One is that Visayas and Mindanao have never been the emphasis of foreign direct investments in the country. Most of it is concentrated in Luzon. This is part of the lack of inclusiveness of our growth pattern. Sec RC mentioned that 60% of our GDP is accounted for by 3 provinces in Luzon. So, if you are born in Visayas and Mindanao, something is horribly wrong with your future. You must band together and actually exert political pressure on what needs to happen so that more investments go into your region. That's one potential block vote, and I think some of the party list groups are already organizing along these lines, at least the decent ones. Another, yes, because there are also some dynastic influences in some of the party list groups. The other potential block vote is really the religious vote. And we hate corruption. We talk about trying not to have corruption in our lives. We had the Pope visit us. He said to us to try and kick out all the corrupt people in our government, and yet we keep on voting for them. So this is the inconsistency with our faith. And I think that is a real question that some of our church leaders need to address. That could have been a potentially strong block vote. Anyone corrupt, don't vote for that person. Already violated several things, right? And the last group that I hope this particular group will also try to explore is the youth vote. I think the youth is dispersed. You are not tapped by any of the political parties with the exception of a few who are actively recruiting young leaders from your group. But you can actually engage and organize. And I hope that the future of the country will include such an organization of a block vote from the youth who will look for more ambitious economic policies.
Isn't it difficult to organize Filipinos because we tend to be regionalistic? You know, we have little clubs according to the language we speak, according to the way we like to dress, according to our to schools. Yes, well, right in this room, right? There's the greens and the blues and the maroons. The maroons are out of it because they're not with it. Maybe that's it. Isn't it difficult to organize a block vote?
It is, and it's difficult in any country. I think there will always be some kind of friction across different groups. But I think that the things that bind us together as a country, these are the things that many of these corrupt politicians want to tear up. Inclusive growth, they will not support this. The ambition for generating enough investments and jobs for the country, they have not reflected this ambition. They thrive in our lack of unity. They like it that we are so angry at what happened in Mamasapano. They're actually thriving in that environment. Some of them are using this to their advantage. So I think that's the messaging that needs to be taken over by something that is more unifying. Who is that person that will unify our country?
Well, then you wanted to say something, or can I ask you about, for example, Akbayan, your party? Are they organizing groups to harness the power of your constituency?
I hope so. Uh, let, let me just make a few points before I answer that. One is, I think what Dr. Mendoza said, I would just like to take off on that, because I think what a number of our elites have managed to do is to co-opt the rhetoric of reform, of sustainable development. They say all the right things, and during debates, it's a very easy thing for them to come out with, especially some of the more intelligent ones, like, for instance, this fellow called Cayetano. Okay, I don't know if he's from LaSalle, but probably not. But in any event, the second thing I think is that I think it's very real, because most of the people in our country are really poor, in the margins of starvation and struggling. Okay, and let us not underestimate the appeal of somebody like the one we don't want to name, okay, who basically says that, okay, I'm all of these things, but I can offer you a cake on your birthday, and I can offer you great burial expenses. And the thing is that those things, I think, for people who are struggling, matter in terms of the appeal. So there is this kind of, I hate to use the word, paternalistic socialism, of which Makati is supposed to be the symbol, that is being pushed throughout the country. And I think we must not underestimate that appeal. The third thing I would just like to say is to come back to what Mr. Mendoza said, and to what Winian and Dr. Cleo had said is, hindi maaring corruption lang or good governance. Dapat talaga nakatali rin sa social reform and economic reform. And I think we will not get very far with just good governance if land reform is not being implemented, okay, because it is one of the solutions to poverty, or if we don't have a major overhaul of our economic policies so that we reindustrialize the country and we move away from policies that have destabilized agriculture. And we move away from a policy that makes the principal aim of political economy for so many years the payment of the foreign debt. No? Kasi resources matter. And unless there are these resources and policies that advocate good governance are not going to go very far. Kaya I think these are all interrelated. Finally, on institutions that Winnie and Dr. Cleo said, I think that political parties matter. And this is why I really think, that although the party list system might have had its deficiencies, nevertheless, it was a good break. And that the important thing is to reform it so that we, in fact, move away from the kind of traditionalistic political parties and have real party lists. So I would just like to say that that really matters a lot. Coming back to the question of my party, okay, my party. Yes, I think it has been trying its best to recruit and to push strategies of reform. But let's just put something here out in the open, which is that if you're in a coalition, there are times when there is always a balance between interests and values. And there comes a time when values must take precedence. And people must ask ourselves, is it worth it remaining in this coalition? Or is it a violation of our principles? The party leadership answered one way, I answered the other way, and let's leave it at that.
Okay, well said. As we talk about the issues that are now facing us in the elections next year, we move on to the next question. What kind of leaders will fill the bill of what this panel is now saying? That we must go beyond just corruption, which we all agree on, and we must go into specific programs like the distribution of land, like the effects of corruption on the very poor. And in the hope that we get out of that last picture, which was of voters lining up to get their pabuya, not pabuya, but balato, to get their balato at the end of the election. Are there any other comments from the floor? Yes, please. Yes. Please just pick up a microphone, or would you like to just shout it out?
Over here or over there? And let's get our next person asking a question over here.
Yes. I think we have room for about 3 questions, and then we can close this panel and move on to the next question, which is, what kind of leaders will fulfill all of these challenges that our panel have just presented? Yes, please, your question. Please identify yourself and posit your question.
Good afternoon. I'm Jared Ansaldo from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and I'm from Buklod UPLB, a political organization in UPLB. So I would like to ask this question na, kasi yung hindi na-tackle sa inyong mga speeches is the situation on education, which is also a key sector on the youth. Kasi alam po natin yung education ay isang mahalagang tool, lalo na sa mga kabataan na matuto sa kanilang future. So I would like to ask the panel, what is your take on education and how does it affect the votes for 2016? So yun lamang po.
Okay, any comments on education? What's the challenge for education and how should it be addressed? Anyone? Dr. Mendoza, yes.
Well, I have some good news and bad news. Let me start with the bad news. We have this massive data set on political dynasties in the Philippines, and we wanted to find out, this is linked to your question, whether more education leads to less dynasties, right? Of course, long story short, with all the econometric sort of magic that we do as economists, we found very little link between education outcomes and political dynasties. You can have political dynasties in places with lots of education or strong educational investment. That's one. Of course, we didn't try more sophisticated measures of education like quality. Quality of education is very poorly measured right now in our country. And of course, we all know quality matters, right? Especially here in La Salle, Ateneo, UP, right? It does matter, and it's part of the inequality that we're seeing. Some firms only want to hire from these particular schools, right? This is part of the thing that we need to change. It's bad that they do this. It should be more inclusive. The good part, actually, on education is that this administration, if you want to give it some credit, has made a major push on education reform. Not all of it, so I see your brows are furrowing a bit. So I'm sure that it has not satisfied all of the wishes of the youth sector. But let me give you a few examples. K-12 is an important reform. It costs us more, but guess what? That's the needed quality that we need, and in order for international standards to be satisfied. The second part is actually this thing about the dropout rate. And our Pamilyang Pantawid program has been adjusted in order to lower the dropout rate of young people who are trying to get a high school degree. And based on the research, and this is coming out of the UP School of Economics, that's really the breakaway point for poverty. Having a high school degree at least gives you a fighting chance not to be poor, and your family a fighting chance to break free from the poverty trap. So at least on those two things, I think there are some good things happening.
Well, if you think there seems to be the idea that the poor don't have as much intelligence as we do in order for voting. I think that's wrong. But, you know, assuming that that is right, 68% of our poor families are families whose household heads have no more than a sixth grade education. That's how important education is in trying to beat whatever it is for governance, etc. It's very important. And that's just quantity, huh? We're not even talking about quality. 68% of the poor in the Philippines families have household heads who are no more than sixth grade. God.
Sad statistic.
No, but it's very important to show that once you get education, you have a more than even chance of breaking out of poverty.
Okay. Yes, Walden.
Well, I think in line with that, one of the positive things, because I'm not all critical of the current administration, has been the provision in the conditional cash transfer program that says, that in order to be able to receive the cash transfers, the kids must be kept in school, and that basically this.
85% of the time.
Sorry.
85% of the time.
Yes. And that I think that research has in fact shown that this is one of the elements of that program that is in fact most positive. And hopefully the next administration would in fact expand that and seriously push it.
Okay.
Yeah, but the problem is today. And the problem is, who are we going to vote for next year?
That's our problem.
This is an intergenerational thing. We have problems today.
Yes, that will transfer to the next generation. Are you okay on that question?
Okay na po.
Thank you. Next.
A pleasant afternoon. I'm Reggie Yamada Barakit from De La Salle University, co-founder of United Social Entrepreneurship Conference. 2016 is not only an election year. 2016 is 30 years after the revolution that restored our democracy. My question is, has that revolution failed us, and do we need yet another revolution? But please don't make a mistake of having bloodshed or what. A revolution on concept of drastically transform our country for the better. Thank you.
Do we need another EDSA? Gentleman first.
Yes. Let me just say that, as I mentioned earlier, one of the greatest challenges is in fact saving democracy in this country, because the fact that it has not really delivered in terms of what the majority want, which is less poverty and more equality, has in fact created a situation whereby there are more and more of the young that do not remember the martial law years, that have a sort of romanticized image of it, which is propagated very cleverly through the internet. And where there is the idea that somehow a new man or woman on horseback might be the solution to what the old dictator called the democratic stalemate. So I think this is really key. Now, if we look at, when I looked at the experience of liberal democracies that overthrew dictatorships back in the 1980s, what worries me is that most of them have had the same experience as the Philippines. Okay? Whether you look at Brazil or a number of other countries, what we've had is elites basically restoring oligarchies, having great competition, great elections, but more inequality and even more poverty. And so I think the challenge for the Philippines and other countries is, how do we move away from this stagnant liberal democracy to a more participatory kind, that will really be able to equip people to take on and tackle and manage issues with the appropriate consequences in terms of social justice. And I think that we have no time to lose in this. And as I said earlier, there might be, I'm worried that 2016 might be, was one of the last chances we might have to prove that, in fact, democracy works.
Okay, Cleo, did our EDSA revolution fail?
I wouldn't want to say whether it failed or not, but personally, when I think about the EDSA revolution, sometimes I wish we didn't have a sense that political change is something like that. Because democracy is a painful process of procedures. And for as long as we don't roll up our sleeves and become part of those procedures as citizens, then we'll always think that precisely it's instantaneous political change. It's not. We need to participate in that change.
You're saying we have not participated.
Yeah. We could do more. We really
So
could
it has
do
failed.
more.
That's what you're saying. It has failed.
We could have improved better.
No, you know what? You know what? What happened is we won, right? And then we let go. Kasi tapos na. Hindi na tayo nagtrabaho pagkatapos noon. That is the absolute, that is a recipe for failure, really. In other words, it is not the EDSA revolution that failed. It is we who failed EDSA. Because we did not start to monitor our leaders, voting for them, and that's the end. And then, wait for another 3 years and then vote again. No, you vote for them and then you breathe down their necks and say, hoy, mali ka. Or hoy, tama ka. Hindi ba? That's what we lack. I think it is a lack of maturity of our people, or it is a habit of yung last 2 minutes that is very difficult to break. But we have to break that.
You don't think it's poverty that forces us to be not indifferent, but so focused on getting that meal for the day that we don't concern ourselves because we think the government's going to do that anyway?
No, I don't. I don't think poverty is the cause of everything of our poor elections, etc. That's not true. All the while, all our elections, our presidents never got re-elected except Marcos. They had the money, they had the goons, they had the guns, and they still couldn't get re-elected. And who was the one? Who were the people voting? The poor. Oh, the rich are only 5% of the population. So, all they need is information. All they need is information, and that's where we have to help in educating them. They don't have the information. They get the information from this media.
Including yourself?
you know what I mean? Yung constant haranguing. I hear those radio programs and constantly haranguing, and sometimes they are so off base. And yet that's what the people hear all the time, and no one bothers to call them up and say, hoy, I happen to know that your statement is not true. Nobody. The rich, they say, another. But constantly you're telling that to the people, and they start believing it. That's what's happening to Mama Sapano.
Okay. Did I answer your question? Do we need another revolution?
No, of course not.
No, of course not, is the answer.
I just want to interject. Tweet na daan, yes, maybe it might succeed. But the problem is, saan nga ba pupunta yung tweet na daan? We don't have a vision. That's why, in the next election, we need to elect a leader who has a vision on 2050 or a 2100. Because my concern is, 30 years ago, these are the problems. Maybe 30 years from now, is this the same problems that we are going to face? And I don't want that by that time, that if I'm candidate, these are the issues that I will be facing. Thank you.
Okay, we'll vote for you when you run. Okay, one last question. Are we okay,
No,
Pat?
I think from popular demand, we can answer quite a lot of questions, but we would like to ask everyone to just ask one question, and two, if just one member of the panel can answer. So
Okay.
let's have our, who came first of the two gentlemen?
Is that the line? Oh my gosh.
Oh, not just that. We have a line over here too.
Oh my. Let's make it quick. Not more than 10 words. Yes?
Please give a chance to senior citizen.
Senior citizen discount. Okay. 15 words.
Okay, I am from Mindanao. I am a general, retired. We have so many problems in the Philippines, namely poverty, injustice, disease, drugs, CPP, NPA, Mindanao problems, and so many problems. What we need, a leader who has the character, who has the temperament, he has the determination and political will to solve all these problems. Now, question. As Ms. Monsoda said, he mentioned people who has integrity, competence, and empowerment. Maybe we can get some Filipinos to have those qualifications. But the problem is they are not known. Hindi sila kilala. How can you win an election when people are buying the votes of the Filipino people? How? That is my question. Thank you.
Okay, one answer from the panel in 10 words or less.
I just want to thank you for pointing out that that is one of the big problems. If campaign finance is not controlled, if the law is not enforced, that will be a problem. If only the top 5 or 10% can afford to run for public office in the Philippines, think about the selection and also the payback that has to happen after.
Okay, thank you. Next question, please. This side.
Hi, I'm Eunice Hernandez from De La Salle University, and I would just like to ask, what will validate that the presidential candidates have the qualities that the people are looking for in a leader?
What will validate, Winnie?
Their performance. I mean, that's exactly what they're there when they're there leading. You monitor their performance. If they didn't perform well, don't vote for them. That's the monitoring that's hard. And what we tend to do is we tend to leave the monitoring to somebody else because we're too busy doing something else.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick. I'm from the LSU. I'm also an intern in the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. My question is, in the absence of a strong party system, patronage has long been the only way for people in our government to make meaningful strides or to get things done in general. Do you believe that given this entrenched patronage culture in our government, that we will truly be able to see a truly reformist president in this election?
Okay, answer. Anybody?
I don't know who the candidates are, except one. Right? And I'm not in favor of that one, but I'm certainly, I'd certainly like to see who's going to come out before I make a statement. Yes. You are the general's wife, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you very
who
much.
Suffered?
He does not, he did
Who
not introduce himself properly.
Yeah, because he is like that. That's why in our partnership, I am the bonga. He gives the buga. Because he really gives.
Good for you. See, behind every successful general is a surprise wife.
I am inviting everybody. I am inviting everybody to attend our convention. You may call it convention at 32nd District, the Samari Street near GMA, because we are having a convention for non-traditional politicians. We are producing already, inviting people to come. Kung wala silang pera, yung grupo magre-raise. Yan, ang aming. Can you help us raise funds?
I will certainly do that.
Yeah.
I will invite you. Let's publicize it, yes.
Yeah, I will invite you. Remember, May 16, that is, anong day yun? Yan, we have invitation here. We have invitation already. We already conducted, analyzed the situation. Tapos, naglagay na kami ng mga criteria. And part of that is
for you.
Meron na kaming palatuntunan sa kanila.
Oh, good.
My husband is very meek, hindi umiimik. That's why I have to do that.
A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Mabuhay po kayo.
Ayan, that is people power exercising. That's great.
Next question, please. From which side? This side here?
This side.
Yes.
First of all, Assalamualaikum. Greetings of peace. I am Jamil Faisal Adyong of University of San Carlos and President of the Federation of Muslim Students Associations in Cebu. I would just like to ask, do you believe that peace advocacy, aside from the passage of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, do you believe that peace advocacy should also be one of the presidential candidates' primary concern? Thank you.
The BBL. Walden?
Yes, I think definitely peace advocacy, bringing about peace, not only with the MILF, but with other insurgent groups in the country. I think that is very important. But again, the point that I would like to make at this, given this chance, is that we must absolutely pass the BBL, because the alternative to the BBL not passing is so many more years of war in Mindanao. And we must not be misled by politicians who are riding on very retrograde feelings to try to torpedo this, mainly in order to be able to project themselves, in fact, as presidential candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Yes, questions from this side, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeffrey Brazaldo from the Ateneo. I have a question. We've talked about the challenges we face today, and I'd like to ask about a solution. Do you think that the Freedom of Information Bill will provide solutions to our issues of corruption, agrarian reform, with its promotion of transparency and accountability?
Absolutely, yes, because that will give us, especially with respect to the statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth, it's like pulling teeth, and that's a public document. Should be able to get that, and we can tell immediately whether this guy has been fooling around on his wealth or not.
Yes, Walden, quick answer.
I would just like to add to this that endanger yung FOI, no? I mean, Malacanang really doesn't support it, and members of Congress are in fact, not very much for it. So we really have to make sure that people power makes the difference in this case, no? Kasi pag hindi napasa ito within the next 2 to 3 months, no? Going into September, October, wala na. Kasi for all intents and purposes, Congress ends work by around December. After that, it's all elections.
Okay, note that. The FOI, we have to do something about it. Yes, next question, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Gabe Onkiko from Kalayaan College. I'm also a member of the Student Council Alliance of the Philippines. And I noticed that the nucleus of this panel certainly is reforms. We didn't really touch on the continuation of reforms, because certainly the reforms that are already in place, and we are in this vicious cycle, as you put it, because we aren't following through with a lot of these things, certainly after EDSA, certainly after that. My question is then, what can we do, perhaps particularly for the youth sector and the education sector, with bolstering the continuation of present reforms? Thank you.
Cleo, would you like to answer that? Or Dr. Mendoza? You first, yes.
Well, in terms of pushing for reforms, really you're looking at an entire ecosystem. I mean, you are looking at a lot of very weak institutions. We've made a lot of strides, but as was pointed out, the Corruption Perceptions Index, for instance, was now 2014, the latest is 38/100. That's an improvement. But it's still a failing mark, right? So there's still a long way to go. Definitely you don't want to step back, but you want to step forward. And that's really, as I said, rolling up one's sleeves, making sure that you demand accountability, and that's hard given the many weak institutions that we have.
Okay, social media is a new element in reform, and that's how you can push it. And that's why we have this forum today. Yes, Dr. Mendoza.
Yes, if I can support Professor Bello's mentioning earlier that the FOI bill needs to be supported. In my mind, there are 3 remaining key laws that need to be passed. The first one is the Bangsamoro Basic Law, and it is a prime factor which could include Mindanao in the development trajectory of the country. The second one is the Freedom of Information Law, and it could solidify all of the transparency reforms that the government, the few transparency reforms that the government has managed to implement, including in the budget, including in customs, including in different agencies that already have some degree of transparency. The third one is the competition policy bill, which I don't see many young people actually talking about. FOI is a little sexier than competition policy. But competition policy is extremely important because of the concentration of economic power in some of our industries at this point. Without an overall regulator that conducts the type of competition and competitiveness that this country will undergo, especially with ASEAN economic integration, then we're actually headed for a lot more trouble without that bill. So I think that's the third one.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question.
Our last question.
Last question.
From over there.
Yeah, my name is RV Vicera. I'm with a little project called Partnerships for Integrity and Jobs. What I want to do is just point out a little comment on an observation, because we probably are not very are putting much emphasis on educational demographics. I think there's one comment a while ago, but really, if you try to summarize the demographics of the country in terms of educational attainments, 80 to 85% of our population has never stepped into college or will never. And then we have 15 to 20% who have gotten into college. Half of that will probably graduate, and half of those who graduate are abroad. So that's the kind of thinking process, level of decision-making quality that we have. So if we talk about trying to demand accountability among our officials, there are only a few of us, really. And so with this in mind, I would like to think that the leader I want is one who will try to educate the masses of our people about the issues that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very well taken comment. I'd like to now close this session by asking our four speakers to zero in and pinpoint the one particular statement that you would like our audience to be left with based on our challenge today as a panel. What is the single most important challenge that faces us as we look forward to the elections in 2016? Ladies first.
Well, I mean, this is the fourth, fifth, sixth time I've said it. The single most important challenge is to get rid of corruption no matter what happens. Two, I mean, single most. Tama na yung single most. I mean, when you're talking about 20% or 5%, remember you're talking about 100 million people. So 20% of that's 20 million people. There's a lot of talent there. But of course, we have to make sure that that talent is known to everybody. That's our important role. But I just like to close with this. You know, we're snowed by the amount of the job that is facing us, and I want to put it down a little. You know, when you say you need a block of 3 million, a block of 6 million, parang, you know, hindi ka pa nag-uumpisa na namamatay ka na sa hirap. I just like to think of it this way. I am only one, but I am one. I cannot do everything, but I can do something. What I can do, I ought to do. And with the grace of God, I will do it. That's all. Do what you can. Don't wait for a movement to coalesce, etc. Just do it.
Nike it. Cleo.
I guess to keep on asking that question, what kind of leader do I want? Not only to ask that question by yourself, but also to have that discussion with your peers and with your friends about it constantly, but also to be vigilant and to keep on thinking of creative ways to find solutions to our problems.
Walden?
I think I would pose the issue more, not so much as on what kind of leader do we want, but what kind of system do we want. And can the person-elect help bring us to a situation where this democracy no longer works just as a mechanism for elites to get into power, but to in fact bring about real change in terms of equity and good governance, that will really benefit most of the people. So I think what we really are looking at is making democracy deep and making democracy work, and who among the candidates will in fact become the instrument of this desire. My last point is to again say something I said earlier. People ask about a vision. Yes, I think a vision is quite important, but every election, candidates come up with their visions, and they've got great rhetoric, that in fact co-opts some of the rhetoric of sustainable development and all that participatory democracy. So I would say, going back to what Winnie said, look at the past of these people, look at their records, and don't be fooled by words. Thank you.
Dr. Mendoza?
Yeah, I think the sad situation that we're in right now is that powerful people are deciding who we're going to be choosing from next year. And you can see that in the newspaper headlines of the last week. So if you ask me, we can either lower our expectations and ask these people what their vision is for all of us, or we can start a long-term movement or initiative where we're really going to look for the best and brightest in this country and put them in that position one day. So I rather like the young leader from LaSalle who spoke earlier, that he doesn't want to face these same challenges 30 years from now when he's running for senator or congressman. That is what my generation should try to take care of and put them in a better position when that person takes over. So I think that's what I would like to see happen, not just next year, but in the years to come. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all your comments. When Cleo spoke about what kind of leader am I looking for, as a observer myself, I began thinking, the first leader that I ever met was my mother. Because as a child, you grew up in a home where she was leading the household. What kind of mother was she? What kind of leader was she? She was a leader that cared about my welfare. She was a leader that aimed to empower me so that when I grew up, I could fly with my own set of wings. And as far as I was concerned, she was the most competent. She could cook, she could write, she could drive, she could do all things I couldn't do. I think at the very heart of choosing a leader, I'd like to pay tribute to mothers, whose Mother's Day just passed, as the first leader that we ever met in our lives, and to think of them as somebody who can translate into a leader we want for a country. When leaders say, I'm the father of this country, or I'm the mother of this country, we want to say, don't use words to fool me. Show it. Just do it. Nike it. And on that note, I wish to thank you very much for listening to our first panel. Let's move on to the second and find out who is that leader that we want. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to say that the best possible leader would be Cheche Lazaro for the presidency of 2016. Yes? And because you've been so fantastic the last hour, we have a coffee break. 5 minutes and be back here. Bye. 5. Hello, guys. We're about to start. Hi. Okay, let's all pretend you want to give me a round of applause. You're not pretending very well. One more. Thanks, guys. Oh, I didn't know you were so excited to talk about this. All right. We're moving on to the leader we want, but let's look back a little bit on what we heard earlier. We talked about issues, and we generally all agree that issues are good. We generally agree that even if we know issues are good, people don't really always vote according to issues. We understood that there are many issues, many challenges. We have corruption, inequality, a lack of accountability, dynasty politics, a whole shitload of things that we really don't want in this. Oh, I did it again. Many things we didn't want to do in this country. And granted that, none of my bosses are here. We're all fine. But granted all that, the takeaway is one, the situation is bad. The situation has been bad for quite a long time, and that the situation will continually be bad for a very long time into the future unless we do something about it. And that's a great shining light, the youth, because I think a lot of the people sitting here took responsibility for our screwed up future, but we need to fix it. So now we'll talk about the leader we want. And to start, but before we do that, I'd like to acknowledge the DLSU College of Liberal Arts for hosting this forum. A real round of applause. Thank you. Okay, so to start off our panel, I'd like to call to the stage Dean Tony Lavinia. There he is. Another real round. From the Ateneo School of Government.
Thank you, Patricia. Can you go to my first slide, please? So I actually changed the title from the leader I want to the leader we want, because it should be a collective thing, because if it's only what you want, you might not get the leader that you want, right? But if we all band together, we can get the leader that we want. Next slide. I like, when I talk about politics in the Philippines, I actually like to start with this quotation from Antonio Gramsci, the founder of the Italian Communist Party, talking about Italy in the 40s, when all the feudalism was being supplanted by capitalism and socialism was rising as an option and the Communist Party was being born. He said that the old is dying, but the new cannot be born. Unfortunately, I have been saying this since 2007 in every talk of politics that I have about the Philippines, that the old is dying, but the new cannot be born. The other quotation I have is actually a Chinese proverb. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step in the right direction. Not just with the first step, but it must move towards the right direction. We don't really have to reinvent the wheel about the leader that we need to have. In 2010, next slide please, we in the Movement for Good Governance, Ma'am Winnie is our chair, and also in the Moral Force movement, which was chaired by Chief Justice Puno, we actually discussed among ourselves a lot about what kind of leaders that we need, no? And we said we need transformational leadership. And we actually tried to capture that with 3 words and 3 descriptions in Filipino. We want an effective leader, someone who gets things done, someone who brings us from A to Z. So, kapitan ng barko ng bayan. Di ba? We're all one ship, as President Ramos always says, one ship, one team Philippines, move towards the same direction, get there. Second, we want an empowering leader. It's not just the leader that we follow, but it's actually a leader that empowers all of us by being a servant leader, making us believe in that person by his example and her example, and able to serve the country. So lingkod ng bayan is the phrase we founded for that. And then ethical leader, katiwala ng bayan, someone we can trust, someone who is not corrupt. So I thought that starting from here, I'd like to try to capture for 2016, try to do this in one word. I mean, what kind of leader do we want and do we want to vote for 2016? Next. I think we want a leader for the future. That's Mang Tasyon, I mean, of the Pilosopong Tasyo of Jose Rizal's Noli Me Tangere. If you go to Malacanang, the Malacanang Museum, and you move around, you'll see one of these sculpture statues of Pilosopong Tasyo, and I got that picture I took the picture from that. And if you reread again, Noli Me Tangere and the conversations between Ibarra and Pilosopong Tasyo there, it's always about the future. It's always about, well, the youth is important, education is important, because what we need is to build this country. What we need is to build for a future that we can be proud of. So my question now is, okay, what kind of leader for the future do you have? If we try to tease this out, what are the elements of that leadership for the future? Next. Well, I was actually asked specifically to talk about this, but it would have been one of the first, because if you talk about the future, and when I talk about the future, I talk up to 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, even 100 years from now. I'm not talking about, just 2017 or 2018, but a longer view. And the longer view, any scenario about the Philippines in the longer view is that we will be severely challenged from a climate and a disaster point of view. So I want a leader with a long view of things, understanding what is at stake in terms of climate, in terms of environment, in terms of disasters. Because climate change is such a technical matter, a leader with some level of competence, understanding technical issues, understanding political issues at the global level. I mean, right now we are negotiating, and I'm actually in the Philippine delegation doing that, negotiating a global agreement, a new global agreement on climate change, which we are supposed to adopt in Paris in 2016. There's an opportunity there for the Philippines, including the Philippine President Aquino, to rise up in leadership, being a very climate vulnerable country. And so I want a president in 2016 who understands that, who understands the global dynamics, and is able to lead other countries to solve the problem. Because, next slide please, just to show that, and I'll go back to the previous slide. Because, climate change is not just a local problem. The first slide, the picture on the left is actually a picture of the only remaining house in an area in Cagayan de Oro when Typhoon Sendong hit us in 2009. I'm from Cagayan de Oro. Hit us in 2009. It tells us that the future of the country is our houses must be 3 or 4 or 5 stories high. No? And then there's a picture of a global climate change is a global issue and not just a local or national issue. Can you go back to the previous slide first? A leader that will be able to reorient the economy for climate resilience and for low emissions. Because the problem will not go away. We will have to learn to adapt with good land use policy, with food security policy, creating a national agency for disasters. And we have to reorient our energy system to be low emissions. Abandoning coal, which is unfortunately, we're leading towards a 50% coal energy system, but the future requires us to abandon that. If you look at the reorientation of economy, it requires very strong political will to do that. So to lead us to surmount climate change, the leader we want must have political will to make the tough decisions so that we are ready for a world that is where climate change is going to be a major challenge for us. Next slide, and then the slide after that, please. A leader that builds peace. There was some kind of discussion about that later on. I mean, right now, actually, I couldn't prepare for this earlier because I was involved in the Bangsamoro basic law processes in Congress, but thankfully they postponed the voting today. They postponed it to next week. But it's a very critical vote I was telling colleagues here that you actually have a situation where you might end up with a Bangsamoro because of Mama Sapano. You might end up with weaker than the autonomous region of Muslim Mindanao. That would be a farce. That would be their pathway to violence and conflict all over again. But on the other extreme, you might end up with a Bangsamoro that is unconstitutional and illegal. That too is a pathway to conflict. So finding the balance for that, I mean, is very important. I would like a leader, honestly, in the next administration that can conclude the peace agreement, a permanent peace settlement with the CPP, NDF, NPA, now the longest-running communist insurgency in the world, probably the longest-running insurgency. I don't think the communists will ever win, but they will never be defeated as well. So we really have to have a permanent peace settlement if we want to have a major source of conflict in the Philippines away. But for both the Bangsamoro, CPP, NDF, NPA conflict, you need a vision of inclusive as well as holistic peace based on justice. And therefore, significant social reforms must be needed. So again, political will. A leader that has a vision for peace and justice, and a leader that has a political will to get this to happen. A risk taker, because if you don't take risks, you will not be able to solve the conflicts that we have to address. But in taking risks also, learning to build consensus across. Because you have to bring the whole country. The idea of kapitan ng barko ng bayan, di ba? Walang iwanan. Kung si Tony, Meloto pa sa Gawad Kalinga, no? Walang iwanan. Everyone must be in that boat, di ba? And you don't kill people, you don't exclude people, you bring them all together. So I want a leader that would be able to do that. Next, please. A leader of the diaspora. 10 million of our countrymen, or maybe more, 10-15% of our fellow Filipinos are abroad. We know, we have the picture, of course, there of Mary Jane Veloso, so we're very familiar with that. The OFW challenge, again, has been staring at us in this last month. Thankfully, we didn't get very depressed after, because she was given a reprieve, although we had a lot of infighting when she came back about who saved her and not save her. And I mean, which I tried to avoid doing that because I think it was a collective effort. But I would like a leader that would have an economic vision so no one is forced by economic circumstances to leave the country. Okay? But I also want a leader with a vision of migration, because migration is a global phenomenon. I have been an OFW 2 or 3 times already in the last 30 years. No? I was actually a caregiver in Italy, just as an adventure when I was as old as many of you, and also as an international lawyer. And I mean, so I'd like Filipinos to be able to do that. It's a great experience to be a global worker, paid well, of course, and influential in your field. So I would like a leader that have a vision of migration that's strategic, right? Where we put people, we train people for these fields, for these sectors, for these countries, because there's a market for them. And also systematic support for them, because they do send a lot of money back home, and we owe that, including legal support for cases like this that happens. And because, this migration is something very personal, I think we want a leader that has a lot of compassion, that actually has a lot of empathy for those who leave the country and make sacrifices for their family and for the country. Next. I'd like a leader that's a builder of institutions. I don't know if this can happen in the next 6 years, but I hope that, we could plant the seeds. I would like a leader that can really lead a political party and not just build a coalition based on individuals. Every president, he abandons the party or doesn't take his party seriously, actually, and just tries to get the vote from everyone that he has. I mean, I'd like to have a political a president that actually says, I have a political that's based on ideology, that's based on principles, that's based on a vision, and I will submit to the discipline of that political party. I'd like actually a federal system of government in the Philippines, being from Mindanao. The Bangsamoro is a step, if it's done right, the right balance of being constitutional at the same time practical is done, and real autonomy and real fiscal autonomy, including it's given. But it's not the solution. I think you have to have eventually a federal system of government. I think Mayor Duterte, I was going to say President Duterte. And if I were a single issue person, I know we're not supposed to campaign, so I will not campaign. But if I were a single issue person, Duterte probably represents the strongest position now of a federal system of government. Sort of that's the only issue he's dealing with. But I don't know if that will be catch fire elsewhere except Mindanao and maybe a few places in the Visayas. A parliamentary system of government, I think, is really needed for the country to be able to have a real political party system. And I'd like to see that. Civil service, of course, we have all been saying that since the Marcos years, and so I hope we'll be able to do a professional civil service that's beyond politics. Education, educational institutions, both public and private, because I think that's actually the solution to poverty, the best solution, the best pathway out of poverty for most people. Being a lawyer, of course, judiciary is very important for me. And the next election is very critical because you actually have, first you have the corruption cases, the PDAF cases, and whatever cases that are now there, that will basically come to the Supreme Court in the next 6 years. The new president will appoint 9 Supreme Court justices. So you can imagine. But a country that does not deliver justice to its people, and particularly the poor, I think democracy is doomed in that country because people will not care about democracy if they don't get justice. Next. It's the final, actually. I'd like a leader that inspires young people. And of course, all of us, kasama na rin kaming not very young. 50% of the electorate is between the age of 18 to 35 years old. Although 75% of that are, I think, out of that, only 25% are college graduates. So you are not the majority of the electorate. It's high school graduates. That is the plurality among the youth, right? So I'd like to actually know from you what kind of leader you want, because I teach a lot, no? I'm very proud to say that I finished in Ateneo after growing up in Mindanao and Cagayan de Oro. I did my first degree in Ateneo in philosophy, did my law in UP, and teach at the De La Salle College of Law, which is now the #3 law school, surpassing even Ateneo. For our first batch, I teach constitutional law in this building, so I'm quite familiar with this building. But I talk to a lot of young people, and this is what I see, and tell me if I'm wrong. I think young people certainly do not want corrupt leaders. That's a minimum. They want their leaders to lead by example. So if they have to choose between a corrupt leader and a not corrupt leader, they'll probably choose a not corrupt leader. I think the problem is many of you actually think that all politicians are corrupt. So you have to learn to make that distinction, because that's not true. That's really not true. I run a school of government, Ateneo School of Government. Half of my students are actually politicians, young politicians, and most of them are not corrupt. I have to tell you that. And I've worked with a lot of government people in the last 25 years, and most of them are actually not corrupt. So disabuse your mind out of that, right? There are corrupt people, there are corrupt politicians, but not, I would say not even majority, and not everyone would be corrupt. You want charismatic leaders. A leader that makes you stand up, right, and say, I go where you want us to go, right? So you have to look at our leaders, and is there a leader there you know, aside from Miriam Defensor Santiago, that like, Miriam Defensor Santiago was like that in 1992. I have to tell you that. When she spoke, you know, it was like, yes, I want to march, you know, because of you. I mean, Cory Aquino inspired people, but it was not because of her. It was anti-Marcos, no? ERAP, because just they like ERAP, and, you know, but they would not die for ERAP. But for Miriam in 1992, you had that sense of, wow, this is, and we want a leader that's that because we want to know where we want to go, and we want to believe in the leaders that will do that for us. We want someone who will ask, that's what I've been told, the best of us, the best of all of us, the best of the young, the best also of all Filipinos, rather than the worst of us. You know, I actually have lots of barangay counselors and barangay leaders that are my students, and they tell me the thing that they hate most is when they have to line up the way Ron Mendoza pointed out earlier. They still line up because that's part of the culture of leadership, diba? To get their share, you know, to get campaign expenses, and then to get their, I think the translation of balato is parang, diba, their consolation prize, diba? Out of the victory. So, and they said, I would really like a leader that will enable me that will actually demand me to sacrifice, and that it's worth to sacrifice. Finally, someone who articulates a shared national purpose. I mean, I haven't seen a leader like that for quite a while already. I mean, that sees everyone as one team, diba? And tries to bring everyone along. My last point there is everyone a leader. The thing is, the leader that we want is not sufficient to solve our problems. It's not sufficient to deal with all our challenges, including the challenges I deal with. That's, you know, with 100 million people in this country, with a very diverse geography, with all the economic and social justice issues we have to deal with, one leader is, and so we have to try to shoot for everyone a leader. As many of us that can be leaders where we are, with others, with the leader that we want. So, you know, to end, I'm quite hopeful, actually, that we will find that leader in 2016. But I can't tell you who I would like that leader to be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think we'd all like to know who that leader is. For our next speaker, our second for this panel, I'd like to call to the stage Dr. Francisco Magno of the DLSU Jesse Robredo Institute of Governance.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to discuss the leader I want based on a concept of I vote. Who would you vote for next? So first is integrity. So I'll just try to present a summary of the three qualities, three I's. First is integrity. Integrity speaks about adherence to affirm adherence to principles, next, incorruptibility, completeness, soundness. Next. Integrity in governance reforms, integrity of the state. A key aspect of a leader that exudes integrity is a commitment to preventing political capture of regulatory processes. Because a lot of the problems emanate from the confusion about what the leader is really serving. Who is the leader serving? Because, you know, as individuals, we are nested in different communities. I use the concept of nested governance. As a person, you are part of a family, you are part of a barangay, you are part of a school, an organization, a fraternity, a social movement, different types of organizations. But as a leader with integrity, you want to prevent partisan interests to capture state processes, especially in revenue institutions. Next. Therefore, you want to strengthen public accountability. We have public accountability institutions. We have audit, oversight institutions. But we also have citizen oversight mechanisms. That's what we call social accountability. A leader with integrity would work for the passage of important bills. Examples would be the Freedom of Information, Whistleblowers Protection Bill, Anti-Bribery, People's Council. I speak about People's Council. I represent an institution here in De La Salle called Jesse Robredo Institute of Governance. So when Jesse Robredo was mayor of Naga City, he had this NGO People's Council. And now Congresswoman Leni Robredo has a bill in Congress advocating for people's councils in all local governance throughout the country to have civil society participation in all local bodies, in all departments, in decision-making processes that matter. Anti-dynasty bill. We need to limit the level of political appointments. We have a presidential system of government, and in a presidential system, the president appoints key officials. But the thing about political appointments in this country is that the power of appointment is used very deep in the bureaucracy. Next, please. Down to the director level, the president can appoint a personnel, a leader in a bureaucracy. There needs to be continuing education for public officials and personnel. In France, there is a sabbatical. We are in a university. Here in La Salle, after 6 years, professors can take a sabbatical. No teaching. Sabbatical is a kind of rest, but you do it to improve. Actually, sa atin meron din, di ba? May term limits. Pero ang nagsabbatical lang yata si Jesse Robredo after 3 terms of being mayor of Naga. Hindi siya tumakbo sa Kongreso. Instead, he went to Harvard University to take a second master's in public administration at the John F. Kennedy School of Government. So, governance is about being educated. We also have to support knowledge units and research and development towards evidence-based policymaking. So it will prevent a practice of just imagining policy. It should be imagining policy with evidence. And I think this has been mentioned previously by other speakers. Public education and integrity education programs being incorporated in the formal curriculum. It was Jean-Jacques Rousseau who talked about democracy being stable if it is anchored on public education. Kasi alam niyo ba nangyari after the French Revolution? So the French people kick out the monarchy. So it's the Republic of the People na. Kaya lang, kailangan ng participation, di ba? So participation requires skills. It's not just a feeling that you want to participate. You want to share something. You want to help. It's not enough to have a bleeding heart if you have false consciousness. That's why Jean-Jacques Rousseau talked about humans being born free but are everywhere in chains. So my second I is inclusiveness. Next. So it should be open to everyone, no limits, includes everything in between. It's all embracing. Next. How is it applied? There should be opportunities that induce engagement among government, citizens, and non-state organizations. Next. The challenge is how to institutionalize public participation. Now, there are certain reforms that have been pursued in the current administrations, such as budget partnership agreements, citizen participatory audits, but mostly these are pilot tests. And given the non-participation of citizens in many of these mechanisms, they sometimes are at a loss on how to really engage. On the supply side, government officials are also beginning to open up their budget mechanisms, their fiscal policy mechanisms. So both on the supply side and on the demand side, there is a need for actors, both on the state side and the non-state side, or civil society side, to engage on a level field where both have access to information and both can actually use the data and advance mechanisms that will really integrate the understanding of budget expenditures into delivery of public services. Decentralization is a key aspect of fostering inclusiveness in governance. We have experiences in community-driven development and grassroots participatory planning and budgeting. These are not perfectly done, of course, but it's a beginning. And I think these processes should be continued. Given open data and transparency movements, these are things happening all around the world. For example, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre in Brazil. What we have in the Philippines right now is an effort to open up budget fiscal information. We have a full disclosure policy portal being hosted by the Department of the Interior and Local Government, wherein 14 financial documents are now up in the website so that citizens can actually monitor how local government units are using their budget. But the challenge is really the analytical portion. So on the supply side of governance reform, you have open data, but then there is a paucity of users. The other aspect here to be considered is really the quality of the data that is being posted in the open data portal. You also have an extractive industries transparency initiative where revenues of extractive industries are going to be posted because, you know, big extractive industries like mining, they produce so much revenue, and a portion of that actually goes to local governments. But how is the sharing mechanism being implemented? And how is the share of the local governments being used? Next. Very important would be the participation of vulnerable sectors that will lead to social protection, including women and children, senior citizens, persons with disability, indigenous people, informal settlers. Next. This leads me to my last I, which is innovation. Use of new ideas or methods, creative and ingenious approaches, responsiveness to current and potential problems. And this is the application would be, yes. In the public sector, new operational methods and arrangements to build or increase capacity in solving problems. Because, you know, we have local government units that operate on the basis of political jurisdictions. But then problems do spill over boundaries. Like the problem of metropolitan areas. So you have traffic, solid waste management issues, environmental problems. There are spillover effects. When you have spillover effects, you need a broader governance mechanism that transcends traditional political boundaries. It may even require national government participation. That's why I cite here the case of the Metro Naga Development Council, Angat River Basin Council, Metro Iloilo Guimaras Council. So there is room for innovation. Our problem is that we have a local government code that was framed in 1991. And in every Congress, there is a proposal to amend the local government code. It provides for a section that encourages collaborative arrangements, but then it is a voluntary thing. Next. Principled negotiation that goes beyond positional bargaining with key partners, like public-private partnerships and multi-stakeholder governance councils. Next. Political innovation to engage stakeholders to identify problems and build support for effective solutions, like the idea of coalitions for change in basic education. We already have a law that provides for local government participation in the provision of key education services. Because, you know, a percentage of the real property tax collected goes to a special education fund where you have a local school board headed by the mayor with a co-chair from the Department of Education. So what this collaborative arrangement can do would be for the local school board to work and converge with the programs of the Department of Education. So for example, in the implementation of the K-12 basic education program, local governments can actually support activities that will help in the implementation of the senior high school program. For example, coming up with a program to match the types of senior education, technical and vocational education programs with local industry needs. So I'm concluding my presentation with emerging issues. We rely on old institutions to solve the present and emerging problems, while at the same time transforming capacities of old institutions to deal with today's realities. Governance is not only government. Solving today's collective action problems require collaborative governance. So we go back to our 3 I's. Our last slide is about I voting for 2016 on the basis of finding out who are the leaders with integrity. Next. Integrity, inclusiveness, and innovation. This is how I will vote. Thank you.
We'd like to call on our third speaker and last speaker for the panel. We'd like to call on Professor Leonor Briones, UP National College of Public Administration and Governance.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Mayong hapon kaninyong tanan ng mga Bisoy o taga Mindanao. I can see from where I am standing and even from where I was sitting a while ago that the level of energy and interest has already gone down. I'm very sorry I don't have a PowerPoint with all the beautiful images and photos which will impress our high-techy young people and even the middle-aged. I have the feeling I am, of course, obviously, I'm the oldest in this panel. In the same manner, and Winnie will kill me for this, that she was in the other panel. We were born in the same year. Before I proceed, I'd just like to make some comments on remarks that were made earlier. Hirap na ako sa pag-English. Kasi yung ating didesisyonan, ating pipiliin, ating paningin, dadalhin natin yan sa labas. Kumbinsido naman tayo lahat dito. Nag-overlap ang ating mga views. Ang ating mga statistics medyo, prove what we are trying to say. Ang challenge sa atin, yung pagpalabas. Ngayon, hindi ubra yung ating English, di ba? Now, I'd just like to comment on some of the remarks that were made, additional information. For example, Dr. Mendoza said, and it's new to me, that much of the investment, but not really new, much of investment is in Luzon. And if you talk about the budget, we keep on saying, and we have been saying this since 2006, 65% of the national budget goes to Luzon, and these are official data. 17% to the Visayas. So you hear about all those murderers, kidnappers, rapers from Samar and whatever province and from my very own Negros Oriental. And then 18% for Mindanao, which happens to be the largest, I'd like to think, most beautiful and most culturally diverse island in all of our islands. I'll repeat the numbers. 65% of the budget for Luzon, where the 10 richest provinces in the country are there. 17% to the Visayas, where 4 of the poorest provinces in the Visayas are there. And in Mindanao, where 10 of the poorest provinces in the country are. So if we talk about correlating and synchronizing budget responses to problems of poverty, which were discussed a while ago, then you have a problem. Also, I'd like to add to the information that was given by Dr. Magno about citizens' participation. Mention was made of the Open Budget Partnership, which was initiated by a multilateral, and the Citizens Participatory Budgeting initiated by the United Nations. But we have one which is even older, and that is the Alternative Budget Initiative of Social Watch Philippines, which does not only look at local budgets, but at the national budgets, and does not only engage the budget within the halls of Congress and of Senate, but going as far afield as the Supreme Court of the Philippines when we filed our opposition to the Development Acceleration Program and to the PDAF. So that's additional information. So what is the kind of leader that we want? From the way the discussions are trending, we want, it seems, a professional leader. We want a rational leader. We want somebody from either of our schools, our favorite schools. We make it a habit to move from one school to the other. Now, what is the kind of leader that we want? What is the kind of leader that those outside of this hall, outside of the campus of UP, outside of the campus of Ateneo, and University of San Carlos, it was mentioned, or even UP Los Baños, want? And sociologist Randy David identifies these attributes for leaders into what he describes as the 4 ideal types of leaders. One is the modern manager, the one who goes high-tech, professional, schedules, etc. The moral exemplar, the absolutely squeaky, clean, inspirational leader. The stern enforcer, really strict, the axe falls where it should fall, schedules have to be met, etc. And the protector provider, which of course is reflected in our dynastic policies and traditional politics. So, ulitin ko, 4 yung types. Ano bang type natin? No. Una, the moral exemplar, we have had them. The stern enforcer, and there are at least 2 rumored presidentiables who might fit this bill. We had 1 president. And then the protector provider. These are based on the original classic types of leadership for those who are taking sociology and public administration: the charismatic, the traditional, and the rational. Now, we in Social Watch, like many of the organizations which are represented here, we go through this annual exercise of looking at the programs as well as the personalities of the presidential candidates. And then we make more or less comments, or we grade them, or we rank them. Others have looked at current presidentiables. You only have to read all those columns and those blogs and those blogs. But I will not. It is, and I think we all know it, it is too dangerous, and one runs the risk of being targeted by the attack dogs of rival presidential candidates. And besides, as Winnie said, only one candidate has really come out openly to say that he's running for president. So I would like you to take you. I see so many of you are very young, going to finish college, just starting to work. Many of you are teaching, engaged in civil society work. So why don't we take a journey back to our past and look at our past presidents their visible attributes, and their legacies. I, for one, if you ask me, who will the vote for? In terms of history, in terms of predilection, in terms of culture, in terms of responses, I suspect that we will go for Weber's charismatic type or David's moral exemplar. Not very much of what we have discussed here. But you know, I'd like to be different. At my age, I can be different. Being charismatic and loved is not necessarily a bad thing, considering the magnitude and the seriousness of the problems that we are facing. You need somebody that you really believe in, who inspires you and whom you will follow and support. No? And some of these issues threaten to divide us as a people. BBL has been identified, freedom of information, graft and corruption. Winnie has been unceasing on this. So we need all the hope, the inspiration, the faith, and the commitment that a leader can master. We are not going to vote for an executive officer. That is what the executive secretary is for. Our invisible, never heard of, unpublic executive secretary, who is supposed to take charge of implementing the decisions, the mandates for the executive. That is the job of the executive, to coordinate the work of the bureaucracy. We are not going to vote for a manager, for an administrative officer. We are going to vote for a leader, for a president. And we must never forget that the presidency is not a bureaucratic position. Now you have terms of reference, etc., etc. It is also a political position because leadership is largely political. Now, our voters through the years, we have never been able to understand our voters. We criticize voting for charismatic leaders. But however, these charismatic leaders are not just charismatic leaders, period. They had other gifts. So combination yan. And let us look at our past presidents. Aguinaldo. You all know what Aguinaldo did for us. Quezon. Even if he died of tuberculosis in another country, you also know what he fought for. But he got his wish of the Philippines being run by, like hell, by Filipinos. And then you have Manuel Rojas being president at a time with so much pressure from our former conquerors and also from the elite of the Philippines. Then you have Ramon Magsaysay. I don't think any of you know Ramon Magsaysay at all. Out of our 15 presidents, because I'm 74 years old, I was already conscious and of age at the time that Rojas was president. And not many of you will be able to describe, to see, to feel the impacts of these presidents on our lives. Now, Manuel Rojas, this is the Lolo, ha? And please don't. Was one of our most charismatic, eloquent presidents of our time. The usual thing, graduate of the College of Law, started as councilor, governor, congressman, became senator, etc. Both in Spanish and in English. Last night, I stayed up late. That's why I could not make a, what we say in the Visayan, a PowerPoint. We could not make a PowerPoint because I was reviewing his speeches. I also reviewed the speeches of Ramon Magsaysay. Rojas was a guerrilla leader. He was a great crowd drawer. And he was even described as a general, whether it's true or not. You know, generals, you know. But what is his lasting legacy? I know because I wrote a professorial chair study of Manuel Rojas and fiscal policy, which is of interest, economics and fiscal policy. He was responsible for the creation of the Central Bank of the Philippines. a charismatic leader looking far enough to know that we needed a central bank. It was during his time that the National Economic Council, the precursor of the National Economic and Development Authority, which formulates development plans, started with him. And you should read what he wrote about why we need to plan. Because you have the Americans at our backs, and you have everybody else, and you have those whom we got rid of wanting to get in again. And he also created most of the departments you students of public administration and of law are familiar with. He created the structure, post-war structure of Philippine government. But at the same time, he was a charismatic person. So it's not necessarily, as I was saying, a sin to be charismatic. Okay. And he led the government, and this for me is the most impressive of all. At the time post-war, when the Philippines was suffering from a massive, huge deficit, nothing like what we are going now, where people were eating rats and so on. Philippines was the most damaged country after World War II. And he initiated the practice of what he called rescission of expenditures. You know, if you don't have the money and you cannot trace it and you have debts, etc., then you can, even if there is already an appropriation act, such expenditures can be stopped. Also, he's the only one that I know of all the presidents, this charismatic president, whom we think all that he knows is make speeches. He died while making a speech, of course, as you know, in Clark Air Base. He was the only one I know who borrowed money from the US government and later on returned it because he did not need it anymore, because he was able to increase the level of revenues. So, now, let us look at Ramon Magsaysay. We think of much loved presidents, but we can't go beyond 1970 presidents. I believe, and this is my personal view, this is not the view of Social Watch Philippines, and I think yung mga ka-generation ko will agree with me, he was perhaps the best loved president of all time, Ramon Magsaysay. He made huge crowds weep and cry over fascism, abuses of the military, graft and corruption, huge, huge, huge crowds. And I watched up to 3 o'clock in the morning film clips of his addresses to the people. They really hit you right here. And if you hear him, you will vote for him. But he's also known for initiating, once he became president, the comprehensive program of social justice for the first time. Remember, he talked about land for the landless and letting those who till the land own the land, sending off, giving people opportunities to go to Mindanao, which was then considered as a land of promise. And many of the families, prosperous families in Mindanao, including politicians, go back to their ninonos who went there during the time of Magsaysay. And this is why you have a city which is named after a general, and so on. Corazon Aquino cannot be described as a modern manager. You cannot describe her. You will be doing her a disservice if you say that she is a manager. But she belongs more to Weber's charismatic type of leadership. But nonetheless, and this will please Winnie very much, since he was a former member of the Cory cabinet, I believe, and I have written this, only the sponsor of the study refused to publish it, because in that book on graft and corruption, which I wrote, I said only Filipinos can solve graft and corruption. And I gave the example of the Cory administration. I called it the Cory model. Did she get a $300 million assistance to wipe up graft and corruption? Did she get all those eloquent speakers, graft experts from the United States, from Harvard, from Hong Kong, from Malaysia, from Indonesia? No. She put her cabinet to work. One, they had to make an analysis once they sat down of their departments, what the problems are, where the corrupt points are, where the temptations are, and they had to review regularly. I went through the volumes. This is not to say that I'm the most avid admirer of President Cory Aquino. I went through the reports of the cabinet members. They reported on how many cases were filed, what did they find out, what is wrong with their systems. The cabinet. The only addition and proposal which I made in my book is that because during that time, fighting corruption was considered as the exclusive responsibility of government, I said we should add civil society, we should add the citizens, and more important, and I believe in this, we should add faith-based organizations. You know, our donors cannot deal with faith-based organizations, but I have noted that they are the bravest, the most passionate fighters against corruption, and I said that. So, then you have Fidel Ramos. Fidel Ramos combined charisma and the what David describes as modern management. We all know that he would always demand complete staff work. We all know that the days of his cabinet members would start at 6 o'clock in the morning. By the time he has read all the newspapers and he has to give instructions to them. Estrada. Estrada was excoriated for his deliberate use of Carabao English. But his competent and professional cabinet assured the highest spending levels for social development. And not recorded are the very vigorous and dynamic debates between the economic team of Estrada and the multilaterals, especially the International Fund. All of us are here together to identify what kind of leader we want. But we also must ask ourselves a practical question. Will the kind of leader we want win at this time in the 2016 election? We have to choose a leader who will also win. And this is why I have a personal preference. This is not Social Watch preference, for a candidate who is not only competent, but is also charismatic. But on the competency side, a president look at Magsaysay, look at Cory Aquino. You know, you have to be very clear about Cory Aquino, Rojas the grandson, Rojas the grandfather, and so on. So there will be no confusion. They can still be effective with a professional cabinet. And this is why I also support, I don't know if it will work at all, it might sound crazy, but I also support the notion, somebody somewhere said, candidates for president should also announce those whom they consider for cabinet positions. Because you can have the straightest, most honest, the gentlest, the one with the loveliest, nicest, sexiest voice, but also you have also to look at the cabinet members. And also the person who will oversee the execution of all these decisions, which is the executive secretary. So that's what I am saying. Now, we have been campaigning because they said, you know, I have to follow instructions from the management, that we should look, also mention specific campaign issues, election issues. And of course, you all know that we have been monitoring the implementation of the MDG goals. We have challenged claims of spectacular success in achieving MDGs, and we said so at the beginning, and now it seems it is true. We cannot deliver on the poverty targets, on the maternal mortality targets. We will deliver on the infant mortality targets. Can you imagine infants growing up without mothers? I said this in an assembly of students in Silliman University. Who cares about Silliman University? There are only 3 universities in the Philippines. And then when I asked them, what do you think of the prospect of growing up without a mother? Because you have a very high level of infant mortality, a goal which we cannot reach, and which we admit cannot be reached. You know, so many of them started crying, because some of them really did not have mothers. The others, They quarrel with their mother, they hate their mother, they make sumbong to of their mother to their father, but the idea that there is no mother, and you still have millions of kids who will grow up without a mother. So we have been monitoring this. And we will continue monitoring because, charan, 2015, tapos na si MDG, we now have development goals. Instead of 8 development goals, we are so enthusiastic, in signing all these agreements. We send delegations of 200 people, bigger than the delegations of the richest countries. Sign. And we are committed now to the implementation of what we now call the Sustainable Development Goals, which, Tony, includes goals of environment and at the same time human rights goals. So instead of 8, we will have 17. And you can imagine how much that will cost. And insofar as corruption is concerned, we will support a candidate who encourages public participation. We had difficulty because we did not have a multilateral or a United Nations agency to support our wish to look at the budget. But we encourage those who will encourage public participation in national decisions, not only the local government budgets, but the national government budget as well. And I think you are aware of the famous statement of former Appropriations Committee Edsel Lagman. And he said it in 2006, that Congress is able to examine only 23% of the budget. After automatic appropriations, after transfers, after personal expenditures, and so on. So we really have no clear idea of how our money is going to be used. And so far as we will support also a candidate who has a clear program of governance, and many speakers said this, and who pledges non-partisan, non-selective action against wrongdoers, which is a public perception. And so let us not forget the immortal words of my favorite president, Ramon Magsaysay, who said, he's oft-quoted, but of course largely ignored, I will send my own father to jail if he commits corruption. Now, just a last word of advice. I'm seeing that you are a little bit awake, so I'm encouraged to continue. Like all lolas, pag makaumpisa na yan ng sermon, yung mga lola, ganado na, dahil nakikinig na yung mga apo. Anyway, I just have a word of advice against this phenomenon of hyper-presidentialism. I'm sure many of you, those in law, those in political science, are familiar with this word. This happens in systems of government where you have 3 branches of government. Alam na ninyo, ayun na yung mga 3 branches of government na yun, mga apo. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Constitution says, are they unequal or co-equal? They are co-equal. They are supposed to be equal. But when a dominant executive and a system where the 2 other branches of government are weak, and this is the definition, therefore, hyper-presidentialism can take place, and the dominant executive takes over the functions of the 2 other branches of government. And these questions have to be settled in the Supreme Court. And so we have to watch out against this. Studies have been made comparing, palagi naman talaga nating classmates ang mga Latin American countries, classmate natin yan, hyper-presidents, and the Philippines in Asia. Oo. Talagang, sikat na sikat tayo. Classmate natin yung mga gwapong Kastila-Roy doon sa Latin America. And we are among the countries which exhibit hyper-presidentialism. Such a situation, I say in my notes, is dangerous and threatens the balance of power among the 3 branches of government. And we should pay heed to Tony, who warns against perhaps, and not only perhaps, factually unconstitutional provisions in certain laws that we are now debating about. because it can lead to violations of the Constitution, resulting in long-drawn battles, divisive debates, and personal attacks. All of you have been involved in the campaign to protect the integrity of the Constitution, and the two other branches of government know the extent of the attacks. So voters have to watch out for candidates or parties who just might, under the guise of charismatic leadership, extend the strict boundaries of the presidential office and ignore the limits of the presidency. All of us think that there is no limit to the power of the president. There is a limit to the power of the president. Constitution says it. The two other branches of government limit the power of the presidency. So, in 2016, finally, ay, tumigil na si Tanda. We will vote. At saka, pagod na yung aking mga katuhuran. In 2016, we will vote for a new president. Hopefully, I will still be around to vote. But let us not only focus on competence, devotion to issues, because that can be changed, but let us also select one whom we can trust and love, as we have done in the past. One who can give us hope. 6 years ba naman, we need all the hope, we need all the inspiration, the kids need all the encouragement that can possibly come from the president. But let us also vote, kaya combination ito, for a candidate who can lead us with a competent cabinet, with responsible legislature, and professional advisors to the light at the end of the tunnel, and also civil society, of course. With all of us participating, kanina may nagtanong when you were winding up, ano nang gagawin natin? I wanted to stand up and say, let's get out of this hall and go out into the streets. Let's go to Mindanao. Let's go to the Visayas. Let's go to Tondo and tell the people that this is the kind of leader that we want. So with all of us participating, with all of our help, and finally, with God's help, we just might get what we want and deserve. Thank you.
May we ask our guests to return to the stage? So we'll do the exact same thing we did earlier. We'll ask a few questions here, and then we'll open the questions also to social media, and then we'll open the questions to you later on. And I'm sorry if I will be asking the question I'm most interested in right now. Professor Briones, do you believe our president is charismatic? Our current president.
Charisma can be inherited. It can be part of, family associations. In Philippine culture, this is very important. Who is his mother? Who is his wife? Who is his lover? Who are his children? And so on. So in that sense, if you will recall, during the last 2010, was it 2010 elections? You could see how people responded to him as a personification of what his parents stood for. In that sense, maybe we can say it's an extended charisma, it's an associated charisma, but still, It's the kind of charisma that voters respond to.
But do you feel he is charismatic in himself by the standards you set earlier?
At this time, it's difficult to say. Those who avidly adore him in media will answer your question positively. But those who are also watching policies, decisions, and public response to particular decisions may have mixed opinion. Very safe answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Very safe.
I would have preferred to learn from the wisdom of my elders.
I will share my elderly wisdom with you privately.
Slap down by the old lady, okay. Gentlemen.
I'm in too much trouble already.
Gentlemen, do you have mixed feelings about the president? Do you feel that he is charismatic? Let's start with Dr. Magna. Do you feel that our current president has integrity, innovation, and inclusiveness?
Do I repeat my presentation? But speaking about charisma, I think he was able to maintain a very high percentage of approval, 60%, then slowly going down. So I suppose he was loved more than feared. But perhaps the fear factor should also be present. So I think that's where the challenge for most presidents really comes from, the commitment and the strength to really implement difficult decisions in spite of having friends all around.
Dean, what do you think?
I think I agree with Liling that the charisma in the campaign came from the parents, but I think following the explaining why the rating stayed high for very long, I think the charisma of this president is from his not being corrupt. Period. And you know, with no charges of personal corruption and his family's corruption. Not even Cory had that. I mean, Cory, there was always kamag-anak, etc. In terms of wealth and in terms of you have very little of that. I think for President Aquino it's more friends, classic, but in terms of but not also in terms of making money out of the government. That's a big thing, I think, for this country. But I'm mixed because there are also, of course, other things that we would have wanted from the president, right?
All right. In terms of, because I particularly remember the very long list of demands you make on the leader you want. You want him to get things done, to be a builder of institutions, to be a servant leader, to inspire the youth, to be charismatic, to have a long view of the future and hopefully support climate change and federalism. Can this man exist?
Yes, of course.
Have you met this man?
And in the process of searching. And you know, with this, in all of these things, I'm a student of politics and political personalities. I just, even without sort of a commitment to engage in the Philippines, I'm just academically interested and reading about that, all historically. You have to emerge from that. And you might have qualities that make you ready for it, but you have to come out and challenge. I mean, so I would say right now there's no single person that has all of these things. But in the course of the campaign, in the early days of people making decisions whether they will run or not, I'm actually confident that among the list, the top of mind, as they call it, that we have among all of that, there's a number there, maybe 2 or 3, that might be able to rise up. I'm not sure, because they have to rise up, exactly. They have to be challenged, right? The moment, I mean, just announcing that you will run, or you will consider to run, the next day, the pressures are enormous.
The next day, the cases will land in the
there will be cases, for sure.
Of course.
Filed against you, you know, I mean, that's being prepared probably at some point, you know, there'll be, of course, financiers that will be, you know, there'll be politicians that will be lining up and you have to decide whether to be. So right there, you already will do that. But I think I'll be honest, that's why I frame it as the leader for the future, because I actually don't, I think the President Aquino is a relatively good president, but that he's not a leader for the future. Because he's a leader from the very beginning. He framed it about 2016, that he's always counting, it's over in 2016, I'm done in 2016. So it's in everything, in all of those issues, it's always about when I leave, I want to get things done. That's why the peace process has to end in 2016 and all of this. And many of the mistakes is because of that.
Okay, but as everyone said, President Aquino won with great love and trust, regardless of whether or not that love or trust was inherited or owned. Granted that, how do you feel he performed according to the how do you think he performed according to that amount of love and trust? How real was it for the people, and how soon into his presidency did the people begin to see maybe he really didn't own it anyway? I'd like to ask all three of you.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if you will recall, as soon as the president was elected, there were expectations of a clear development plan. And it took some years to come out with a development plan which reflected his platform. And it's the same with Yolanda. Yolanda happened in 2013. The estimates as well as the projects were finished in early 2014 with the resignation of the presidential assistant, submitted to the president sometime a few months later, approved finally in October 2014. So those are indicators of, this is why I'm saying that it's not only enough for a president to have charisma. He must also have the savvy to put up a cabinet which will implement these programs and make these dreams into reality, as well as, full cooperation from a legislature, which perhaps it's too much to expect.
The criteria I would use is the criteria that he himself used in the campaign, which is poverty and corruption, right? So I think in poverty, for sure, you have a mixed record. But I think in the end, in terms of structures of poverty, I think we're left with the same problems we had in 2010, 2016. For corruption, it's mixed because huge things happen. I mean, 3 senators are in jail, quite a lot of cases. But I also think it's mixed because there is a perception that it was, there were political filters that were used for these charges. Very important was the decision of the Secretary of Justice not to pursue a third group of charges. Now, that's very, very important. And there's a reason why I emphasize that, not just out of, I want them charged, etc. But if I were the president in the next, or I won't be the president, but if I were working for the next president who wants to pardon all these people that have been charged, right? There's a very good reason for doing that, Yes, they may be guilty, but there were lots of other people who were guilty, but politically they were spared. So if you want reconciliation in this country, do a blanket pardon. Because there were some people who were spared. And that's kind of tragic, right? I mean, when that happens, that's kind of tragic. But I can see that would be the thinking of some people. Not me, but some people.
I'm sure not you, sir. Never accused you of thinking that way. But instead of answering that question, though, I'd like to shoot a different question at you and then follow up to everyone. Because the whole day we've sort of been skirting the idea that there are actually people who have put themselves forward and said, maybe I want to run. Possibly I want to run. So we've set standards of what sort of leader we want. Innovation, charisma, servant leaders. So let's talk about the people on the plate. I think we've heard Professor Monsod's campaign against the presidency of Vice President Binay. But I would like to ask all of you, for example, let's go candidate by candidate. Do you guys feel that Vice President Binay may perhaps, regardless of what's been said today, may perhaps be the leader the Filipinos want? Isn't that fun?
Well,
was this agreed upon? I thought the rules were.
Rappler takes no responsibility for me.
Patricia.
Well, I use a very simple formula, 3 I's: integrity, inclusiveness, and innovation. So let me just focus on inclusiveness. I think Vice President Binay will qualify in inclusiveness. Perhaps in the way he approaches people, he has charisma, and he really goes to the masses. One of his main areas of engagement is the issue of overseas Filipino workers. So it has been very successful in his case, because when the social weather stations came out with a survey, I think the top 3 reasons why people would approve of a government official, and that's true in the case of Vice President Binay, is his ability to connect with overseas Filipino workers. Perhaps more than connect, it's actually being able to use the issue effectively. Okay. Perhaps even without an invitation, he really reaches out. He travels to the overseas Filipino communities.
Let me share this with all of us who are largely based in Manila. While we are talking here, at the time of the last presidential elections, Binay was going around the Visayas and Mindanao and all places and meeting with people. And this is why when you were mentioning, and he has a large block of support in the Visayas and Mindanao. And when you recall the share of Visayas and Mindanao of the budget and the share of investments, of private investments, then you will understand why his going there resonates with many of them. And he's involved in social organizations like Rotary, Sister Cities. Makati is happily adopting many local government units who don't have sufficient funding. What I'm just trying to say is that he has a large reserve of support which he has been building up from the time he ran for vice president. But as to your question, as to my personal opinion about Binay Patricia, you know, one of the social media denizens commented, because they linked him, they said that Briones is a colleague of Binay. And sabi ng isa, siguro, ano kaya, bakit sila konektado silang dalawa? And then, sabi ng isa naman, ay kasi magkaedad kasi sila. Classmates siguro sila. And of course, he is from the College of Law. I'm from the College of Public Administration. So that's how people are connected. And I have to be very careful because I am not in the Binay camp at all. Although we of course are good friends. Including his son, who was my former student. But it's not about the presidency and all that. But, you know, what I'm just saying is probably if you have elections now, Visayas and Mindanao will carry him. That is, unless Duterte...
Depending if the other mayor, the other mayor will run.
Yes. Oh, if the other mayor will run, this is why I was telling myself when Duterte made indications that he's interested, sabi ko, mababawasan yun si Binay. Kasi Duterte's, Mindanao also ang kanyang,
Okay, before we jump to audience questions, and I'm very sorry to the people who are timing downstairs, just very quickly.
Hindi mo papasagutin, thank you.
Ay, hindi, kasi mas mahirap to eh. Pero mabilis lang yung mga sagot. No need to explain. But we can't pretend that these names aren't out there. So, Binay, we don't doubt. His name is there. Duterte has already more or less kind of sort of said he's interested. More or less interested. We know that Rojas is still on the table. We know that Grace Poe has sort of talked about this too, and we know that Miriam Defensor Santiago did say she would like to. It doesn't mean she will. So granting these names, and perhaps you have new ones that I have not heard of, which of these people is the closest approximation of the leader you want? I mean, granting we have a year until 2016 and the possibility of finding someone new is difficult. Because I do remember the people on this stage telling me that we need to stand up for ourselves. We need to look at our candidates and not allow us to be taken in by what's happening. So I feel I need a good example to stand up for myself when I vote.
Speaking as academic, and not as a... but I want to actually talk about Bina as well first, and then I'll talk about what
Go on, sir.
I think. But just to be fair, I think for the diaspora, for what I said, the diaspora, I think for climate change, for peace, Bina is the most prepared. He knows his issues very well. He's thought about them. He can do things. Makati actually has done good things on climate change, on disaster. He knows the NDF, the NPA, the MILF, the MNLF, local government, federalism. He knows that all very well. I would have problems with Binay as an leaders for institutions, to build institutions, because I guess it doesn't come from that mold. And you know, I'll ask you, will you stand up after Binay speak and let's march, you know, and fix the Philippines? So I don't think he would be inspiring young people and all of us. I mean, including because of the clouds of his, you know, of his being corrupt, etc., which I don't know and have no basis for making a judgment about that. That is my segue to what I think my most important. All the other four can actually be learned. The fifth is so important because it's about character, and it's about your charisma combined with the situation that you are facing with. So if you ask me very directly who I think has the most potential to have all five, but especially the fifth, based on what I say, I would say Grace Poe would have the most and can grow into it. And I would say Mayor Duterte would have a chance, but he needs to expand his issues beyond federalism and peace and Mindanao. Because no matter how you look at it, even if he gets 100% vote in Mindanao and maybe 50% in Visayas, he still won't win. Yes, but
but sir, the question is not his chance to win.
I know.
It's
but
your choice.
Yes, and so for me, someone like Duterte would also have all of this and the potential of all of this. And I really just, on a personal basis, my only question about Duterte is his human rights record. Since I'm a human rights lawyer, that's an important issue for me. He knows that too. I mean, because it's something that I'm very frank about. And to some extent, corruption and human rights for me are single issues, not to vote for a person, but not to vote. It's not a reason why I will vote for a person, but it's a reason not to vote for a person as a single issue.
All right. I'll save you for last. Yes?
Okay, I have a simple criteria, as I told you.
Yes.
Integrity, inclusiveness, and innovation. So I haven't really studied everything about the candidates, and I don't know the people behind them. So I actually like Liling Briones' notion that we should know the people behind them, the potential cabinet. Except Binay, I still don't know the potential cabinet, but I think they have already. So I think Binay qualifies in inclusiveness, but not the other two. So Grace Poe would be integrity and inclusiveness. I don't know yet about innovation because she's always saying she's not prepared. So we have to find out who are the people who will form a potential cabinet. I think we know one person, Senator Chis Escudero, who is Vice President. Maro has integrity. He has to work more on inclusiveness. Perhaps innovation can also be part. So I already have two. And Duterte.
Are you saying they're a tie, Grace and Mar?
I would bring in a third one. Duterte would stand for integrity and inclusiveness. But perhaps lacking a little on innovation, but I think that's still...
So,
Davao lacking in innovation?
You're saying that the man that's been called the...
Yeah. So it's still a tie for me, but
sir,
I think
the
Tony has a
man who
candidate.
people say has created the death squads of Davao is lacking in innovation because he was pretty innovative, possibly creating the death squads.
Well, I don't like that kind of innovation. That's
Fantastic.
I wasn't talking about that kind of innovation.
So the human rights factor doesn't, or possibility of the human rights factor doesn't.
It is a part. It's part and parcel of a leader for me.
So of all the people you feel maybe have hit the two of your standards, who?
I would say Grace Poe, Mar Rojas, and Duterte.
Okay.
But I don't want to exclude Binay. So Binay is the fourth. And once I find out who are the cabinet members, especially if Liling Briones will be part.
I'm not part of his machinery.
Ma'am, these gentlemen, he sort of gave me two, but put one on top, and you sort of gave me maybe 3 or 4. Can you give me one, ma'am, of the 5, who you feel, because the question...
Can you kindly repeat your 5 again?
Binay, Duterte, Rojas, Grace Poe, Miriam Defensor Santiago, and I apologize for this, I may have missed the name, Ping Lacson.
Ping Lacson. Look at what he did for Yolanda. No budget, no powers at all. He was not even given an office. Look at what he did for PNP. So he would be the stern enforcer type you associate with somebody, with Ramos, who is generally accepted as a very successful president. But then you have to clarify also the human rights thing, although that's already settled by the Supreme Court. Pero that's another matter, what the public thinks of it.
It's very interesting how many human rights questions we have here.
But I want to add...
For me, Patricia, the human rights thing is non-negotiable.
All right.
I just wanted to say that I didn't talk about Mar. My main concern also, Mar, is on the 5th, which is which for me is the most important thing. That to be able to inspire people. I mean, that is a big issue for me.
Okay. I'm really sorry to have made you guys wait. So, who was first? Yes.
Yeah. So this is not necessarily a question, maybe a comment or a suggestion. I think we're preparing for the elections, but the more urgent concern is the filing of the candidacies. So we have PH vote. What if we also launch PH run? Because if the leaders who qualify for the characteristics that we are discussing here will not run for presidency after all, like Cheche Lazaro or something, then we have to...
I support that.
We have to encourage these leaders to run, because in the end, if none of these leaders would run, then we're left with very poor choices, then we may end up not voting at all, if that's the wise thing to do. And the second suggestion is, there's a question a while ago about how to validate the facts about these people. So maybe Rappler can do a series of articles like what you did for Bongbong Marcos, and about all these candidates, presenting the facts, and maybe that is a concrete answer to the question on how we can validate. That when we read it on Rappler, we're going to trust it, and that it's going to be true about that candidate, and then we weigh those options. So just 2 suggestions.
So let me repeat what he said. When you read it on Rappler, of course you trust it. Thank you. And yes, we will start the Cheche Lazaro campaign.
Yeah, PH run, PH run.
PH run. Hashtag PH run. Yeah? We got it. Okay, question from over there.
So good afternoon. I am James Balicer from the University of Santo Tomas, Central Commission on Election. So my question addressed to the panelists is that, do you think it's about time to cause for the amendment of the provision in our Constitution with regard to the qualifications of the President? And if so, what specific qualifications should be added with that matter? So,
no.
Quick answers?
Every person who under the Constitution and the law can vote should be able to run for any position with minimum conditions of age, etc., as stated. But anyone in the same, otherwise you put a property, educational, some kind of discriminatory, all of that hasn't worked in the past.
Over here.
Good afternoon. I'll just have some remarks. Kasi yung kanina, sinabi daw that there is a lacking of genuine political parties. So may I ask who are in the panel right now, does political ideology still exist sa ating government ngayon? Yun lang po, yun tanong ko po.
Who would like to take this?
Well, because ideology speaks about a cultural outlook, worldview. But, so based on the definition of a political party that has a real delineated program of government, I think we don't have those types of parties. That's why there's a need for a political strengthening law.
If I may comment, you might find ideological perspectives among the party list parties.
I mean,
but not necessarily in the leading political parties, because if you take a closer look at their ideology, they're essentially the same. The difference is on the personalities who are leading and the dynasties who are associated with these political parties. That's why it's so easy for them to flit from one party to another like butterflies.
Akbayan and Makabayan, I think, have very clear ideological underpinnings.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Neil Holmes and I'm a graduate of De La Salle University, Dos Marinas. Before I ask my question, I would like to pose this example before the honorable panel, the character of President Barack Obama. Personally, in my opinion, I believe that America re-elected Barack Obama because he did not keep the presidency for himself, neither for his social class, for his ideology, or for his political party, but he kept the presidency for America because he is truly an American, and he has been leading America the American way. Meaning, this leader, when he sets out goals, he or she will ensure that he will achieve it. So, considering this example, and personally, I am sick of hearing the same names in our ballots every election. And it appears that in every election, most voters elect mostly the same sort of leaders, and thus results to the same system. Do you think, is it high time for the electorates to consider putting technocrats into public office? Those people who are not relatively thick into politics. Personally, I would find President Barack Obama as not relatively thick into politics, considering that he graduated from Harvard Law, he worked his way through the Senate, and then now he has been assuming the position in the Oval Office for almost 2 terms. So, isn't it true also that the technocrats and...
Sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we have a lot of people lined up. Let's get to the question.
Yes. Isn't it true or more beneficial that if we put great weight in our personal criteria of people to vote, would it be better that we vote those technocrats, and could they be referred to as the next generation of leaders? If not for this upcoming elections, for the next elections to come?
I think Barack Obama is a good politician. He's not a technocrat. What we need in this country are good politicians. Because you need political skills, you need negotiation skills. In fact, Barack Obama faced a lot of challenges with the Congress. We have the same presidential system, so a president should have political skills and negotiation acumen.
As I said a while ago, the chances of a so-called technocrat winning at this particular time, or the so-called modern manager, one columnist asked, are we ready for a manager? Obviously referring to one candidate. We have to recognize that our people, our voters, still respond to candidates who not only touch their minds and give them hopes, but also touch their hearts. Those of you who are fans of the Dune series of fantasy books, There's one quotation there which I like very much. Blindness is not limited to the inability to see. Fanatics are blind in their thoughts, but many leaders are blind in their hearts. And Filipinos look also to the heart to convince them. And this is why I said a perfect response would be to have a very competent cabinet or a competent executive secretary. We saw that in our earlier, in our previous presidents, like Ramos, for example, Magsaysay had Vargas, and so on and so forth, where the executive secretary, in a sense, is made accountable and responsible for the implementations of the decisions of the cabinet and to advise and to screen whatever policy that has to be formulated. And probably this is what we are looking for, because right now, I believe, our people are not ready to let go of their hearts.
All right, last two questions, short questions, one answer from the panel. Go.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Meg Bonsalido from DLSU, and this question is for Professor Briones. Hi. So a while ago, you suggested that presidential bills should also announce their potential cabinet members, and which I might agree to, because the performance of these cabinet members will ultimately be felt in LGUs across the country. But however, will this not promote personality politics over like political campaigns that focused on projects or issues, which was reiterated earlier in the other panel? Thank you.
If you will recall, when President Cory Aquino was elected, she created a committee headed by no less than the former chair of the Civil Service Commission. That's the advantage of very old people. They have very long memories. And this committee, headed by Pat Santo Tomas, was supposed to screen and to collect names, qualifications, etc., potential, not only secretaries, because the president signs the appointments of more than 5,000 employees. But since then, that kind of system, that kind of vetting has not been applied and is totally forgotten. And I'm sure your generation does not know about it, that there was a system of identifying. This is why during Marcos's time, you had the Career Executive Service training program, the Career Executive Service Board, where potential cabinet members from division level up to director level, up to secretaries have to undergo training in management, in operations, commitment, etc., and that they could be transferred from one office to the other without any problem at all. But then this system has not been continued.
Last question, short and sweet. Gentlemen, she needs assistance. All right.
Good afternoon, most honorable members of the panel. I'm Jovelyn Moya from Colegio de San Juan de Letran. Earlier, you stated about the qualities such as integrity, inclusiveness, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am heartily sorry for giving and stating and asking what seems to be the obvious. Are you blatantly saying that the current administration failed to give this nation the qualities of which you speak of? Thank you very much.
No, that's not the point, really. It's a president is limited to one term, and so if the president can run, then he should be measured as well on the basis of those three criteria. So I laid down those criteria not to be a counterpoint to the current administration, but to provide a simple way. Of course, there are indicators for that, those three criteria. So it's not really what I mean by that.
Okay, we have a special request from social media. Apparently, our social media doesn't want to speak.
Hello, yeah, hi. Hi, I'm Margie from Rappler social media team. We have a question from
Uh, Twitter, her name is Kiera Rubilios. We have varied standards and levels of contentment. Can this not hinder our joint aim of having the right leader?
Essentially, she was saying that because people have varying levels of contentment, will it not get in the way of picking a leader? Which I think, of course, explains
different
itself.
expectations, different.
But at the end of the day, what the majority of the voters vote for. At the end of the day, what the majority of the voters vote for, whether these are both votes, will determine the results of the elections.
Long live democracy.
That's why I said it's the leader we want. Then we start with the leader I want, but you have to talk to each other, share your thoughts, find some way to actually say, this is the leader we want. Otherwise, you don't get the leader you as an individual want.
Okay, thank you.
And because this is, after all, a campaign to discover who it is, who the leader you want is, we won't ask for the leader we want yet. I think what's necessary is first to figure out who we want in a leader. And because I think it was terribly unfair to force you to choose among candidates you may or may not possibly like, we'd like to give you the opportunity, may or may not, we'd like to give you the opportunity because, as everyone has pointed out, the choices are names we've heard before and they are limited. If you could put a name on that list, is there anyone who exists now, still alive, and did not die in a plane crash? Is there anyone here in this country that you feel is the leader you want and you hope will run for the presidency?
Oh yeah, Leni Robredo. I would put her there as having all five, and I would put also probably Francis Pangilinan as well out there.
All right. So, Dean Lavinia for Francis Pangilinan. Sir. And Leni Robredo. So, two on the list from this very brave gentleman.
I also have Leni Robredo for obvious reasons. But I know Leni Robredo. Risa Ontiveros and Grace Poe.
All right. If this were an American Idol panel, Leni Robredo would be in. So, ma'am.
Right now, I can't think of anybody, but there would really be many of them. I would suggest that we go through the list of awardees in good governance in local government. And we have many very effective and dynamic governors, governors and local government executives. But of course, my preference would be from the Visayas and Mindanao because we have long been excluded from national decisions and national leadership.
I think we were taking lesson from that. I think if people from the areas you speak of are anything like you, I don't think they'll allow themselves to be excluded anymore in the next elections. We're told we have one last social media question. Can we hear it from over there? Yes, Margie.
Hi, this one's from Marielle Fangre. We need a leader who will win. At what point do I vote for the lesser evil because who I want won't win?
I think we should not vote for leaders because they will win. This is a very common behavior among voters. They will vote whoever is llamado. We vote for who we want to be president, whether he will win or not.
And I think that's a perfect ending to tonight's very interesting interview with these very kind people. And of course, I won't leave you like that. Please give us your final words where I don't nail you to the wall in any way. Please, any of you, go ahead.
Can we look at the print, what we'll post later on and change our words? and say something safer. Anyway, that's okay. I'm actually at the stage of my life I really don't mind. I actually plan to retire next year. I'm on my last year in my term as a School of Government Dean of Ateneo, and I've actually told my president, a very good friend of mine, no possibility of extension. 10 years is enough in a institution, right? But anyway, having said that, no, I mean, I think the future is really up to you. As I said, 50% of the votes is 18 to 34 years old. I mean, and in that the majority is the younger votes are the majority. But as I said, you're not the majority. You yourself are college students, because the majority of that group, that 50%, are actually high school graduates, which makes them a plurality in the election and all. So what I want to suggest is you actually reach out also to your peers in different economic sectors, in different places in the Philippines, and have this common vision of the leader we want.
Do you feel that you have nothing to lose by what you said earlier, or would
Of
you like
course
to change
not.
some answers?
I'm actually voting for Jesse Robredo, but since he's dead, the memory lives on in the 3 I's: integrity, inclusiveness, and innovation. So remember to vote 3 I's. Remember Jesse Robredo: integrity, inclusiveness, innovation.
What I would just like to remind you of, based on our participation in 2 elections, is that even as we are busy with our studies, our researches, our debates, and so on and so forth, there are now groups which are spreading out into the provinces. They're already busy negotiating for victories. You know, you can buy a victory. They have tables of costs. You want to be governor, you want to be mayor. They're now busy training voters how to fill up the forms. They're called operators. And there is a cost. You want to be mayor, you want to be congressman, and maybe you want to be a senator, and it's going on. All the training, it's going on under our nose. And after this forum, for which we are grateful to Rappler, we will go back to what we do, to our schools, to our offices, and so on, hoping that the president that we want will emerge. I said at the beginning, we have to get out of our offices, out of our comfort zones, because those who will select our officials for us have been working already for several years. Whether it will be yung tagalabas, mayroon din silang table of costs, tinitext yun kung magkano, panalo, anong posisyon, konsihal, barangay captain, o mayor, or governor, papanalohin, kung may kalaban, tutumbahin ba o kikidnapin lang. That's one type. There are also the operators who already have updated lists of voters not only by barangays, but by streets. And it's all computerized. And they're already training, they're already spending in terms of 2016. We are very, very, very late. And this is why, magkaiba kami ni Tony. Tony wants to retire. I am not retiring. I'm going to be 75. I will continue teaching. Thank you.
And I think we can testify we learned a lot from these wonderful people the last few minutes. One more sincere round of applause. Thank you very much, and I'd like to call my boss to the stage, who takes no responsibility for what I say. Ladies and gentlemen, Maria Ressa.
You are a great audience. First of all, thank you for building an inclusive democracy, for putting the panel together, and to the audience for your attention. It has been a very, very full day. Thank you, July, for having us here. This is only the beginning, and let me pull up. I have you for 10 minutes. I promise not to go over that. Why? Because there are 2 things that are different in 2016. You've heard the youth, and then the second one is technology. We also heard that from Transparency International, right? So let's take that further. Why is this only the beginning? And I'll quickly show you what we need to do in the next year. If Dr. Briones says, if Liling Briones says that it started and we're late, we better start moving. Tony Lavinia said that the leader I want must transform to the leader we want. In this day and age, technology makes every person in this room very powerful, but you cannot do it alone. We somehow need to come together to actually collaborate to choose the leader we want. And that's what we'll try to do. I'll quickly take you through this. These are the 3 things, right, that we need. Let's go. Click, 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 click. The journalists are here. We are here with you. We won't do it without you. Number 2, technology. Technology is there. And 3, it's us together, the crowd. And if you take all of that together, we use social media for crowdsourcing and big data. Let's go to the next slide. This is a tool to measure our community. Let's go to the tool itself. It's something that we created in Rappler. It's called Reach. Communities are important because one person can't do it alone. This is what the community we created today looks like in the virtual world. What does hashtag the leader I want look like? Okay, that's because I have a lot of followers. But if you look at it, type it in again. Can you type it in? Hashtag the leader I want. And let's see, because this is real time. It'll take the last 500 tweets, and we can zoom in and see the leader I want. If you want, you can use hashtag PHVote. So it'll go, what it'll take is the last 500 tweets. And why is that important? Because Tony is connected to me, is connected to Liling. If we are connected and we use our social networks in the same way a political party used to do it, in the virtual world, the growth is exponential, right? And so Tony Labs is now #1. Zoom in. Who's he connected to? Who's this? Archer's Desk. Let's this next one here. Sige, you can click that if you like that one. What happens is the larger the circle, the more powerful that account is, right? That means it's a force multiplier. It's like Arnold. Arnold, I cannot see the name, but Arnold is powerful. Let's look. So the larger the circle, the more powerful. Who's this? It's called eigenvector centrality, or like Google PageRank. That is Archer Desk. Okay, who's that? Move. So Move has been tweeting. Again, let's look down here. That's a large circle. And then Page. Okay, there are too many of us. And last, I want to see who this is. So you can take this. So you can look at and monitor your community, www.reach-social.com. The first 500 tweets actually will give you your community, right? And that's important because the way we build community is through 3 degrees of influence. Okay, so that's social media and technology. Next, let's go to crowdsourcing. How do you vote? Do you know we've been talking intellect all day? Do you know that more than 80% of how you make decisions is based on how you feel? So let's measure the way we feel. People talked about inspiration, right? So there's something, and again, this is something that you'd be able to use all year. The mood meter, we patented a user engagement model. Okay, click. Every story has a mood meter. We aim to give this. If you, for example, DLSU will give you, we're working on an API, so you can take that mood meter, plug it into the mood navigator. We will crowdsource how we feel about something. And the next slide, it'll give you things like this, which shows us the May elections in moods. This was the day before election day, and this was election day, this peak of anger. And you know, people were punching happy until about 7:30 at night when the results started coming in, and they were coming in slowly, and the red inched up. If you look again down here, that's the day the senators were announced. 77% happy for the month of May. And then if you look all the way down, that spike of anger has nothing to do with politics. It's Jessica Soho and Vice Ganda, if you remember. Right? Next. Let's go to the next. You can do it by minute. Let's look at the SONA. This year, it would be critically important. Your moods matter. If up to 80% of how we will make the decision together is based on how we feel, let's figure out how we feel. Next one. This is big data. And here's the part that scares me and what I think we all will need to work on. This is in 2013. Nearly 80,000 PCOS machines, and there were more than 20 million pieces of data every 20 minutes. Right? So I just quickly show you this. If you're plugged in to audio, let's click. Let's just play it. I'll play about a minute of it, and then. So this was May 2013, right? Mindanao, north, south, east, west. We all went to the poll, and look at the numbers. The numbers will be more this year. 53 million registered voters will probably be over 54 this year, right? So we will see this. We pull to the bird's eye view. From our granular leader I want to the big picture bird's eye view. This is what the results look like, right? That's what big data looks like, all of our votes. And you can see the pattern in the votes. There were 71 precincts that had 100% voter turnout. It has to start in our communities. If you look at all of it, it's there and it starts in your community, right? Okay, we'll go to the next. I want to give you, sige, click, click, click. We identified 6 issues, and we will spend the year asking you what is important to you. The first you heard, Winnie Monsod said it eloquently. Go back to corruption. Sorry, let's go back. Wow, she went ahead. So we started with corruption. Do you think this is an important issue? Is it the one that will make you, that matters to you? Hashtag Million People March. One Facebook post took 7 days to get 130,000 people in Luneta Park, August of 2013. Is it that powerful? Next one. So corruption is one of the 6 issues. Social inequality. Liling Briones, everybody's talked about this, the gap between the rich and the poor. It cannot be this way in your generation. The third, 8 out of 10 cities, the most vulnerable cities in the world, are in the Philippines. Do we want to elect officials who know nothing about the greatest problem we may face? Right? Climate change and disasters. Next, foreign policy, China, Spratlys, North Korea, cybercrime, ISIS. Next, sige, click. OFWs, more than 10 million? It's 10 to 12 million OFWs. Those are our best and the brightest. When they go overseas, what happens to our country? What happens to them? What happens to us? OFWs. Next, last, Mindanao, our breadbasket, peace and prosperity. Is it the tail that can wag the dog, or will we have more war? Will that be where ISIS comes back in? 6, the journalists identified the 6. They may not matter to you, so it's up to you. Next slide. How do we sustain what we started today? We have a year. A year is enough time, even though we're starting late. How do we sustain this beyond today? Who will push for this and remind us about the importance of choosing our leaders? Who will take the lead? What roles will each one of us play? It is you, it is your generation, and technology empowers every single person in this room to actually be able to make a difference. And together we will be able to create and find the leader we want. Let's leave it with this. What other issues matter to you? Please use the title, #TheLeaderIWant, and tweet, converse. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it until Sona, and that's actually what we're after. What matters to you? What is important to you? And then let's crowdsource it. That's the part that's crowdsourcing. And by Sona, let's decide how we're going to pull together. The larger we are, the stronger we are together. And finally, it's a year long, and hopefully this time next year, we have found the qualities we're looking for. We've actually asked other people to join us, and the campaign is there. Are there others in that picture? Bongbong Marcos, we haven't really mentioned him there. Okay, and then the last one. Hashtag PHVote. It isn't ours. We hope it's yours. It is all of ours. And again, if you look about it, let's use the tools. Your time, our time, technology makes us grow exponentially. Please let us use this to find the leader we want. Thank you. Let me call Glenda Gloria to close. And thank you for your patience and for being such a wonderful audience.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to thank the panelists and our sponsors here, the De La Salle University, as well as the members of the BID Consortium. There is no better way to kick off coverage and monitoring of a presidential race than a forum that tackles both the challenges and the qualities of leadership that are needed to address these challenges. The issues raised today are raised every election period. We must admit. The difference, however, is that we have the benefit of history. We have a political and social context that is quite different from a decade ago. And we have the tools that will help us learn from the bad choices that we have made. The leader we want, admittedly, is sometimes not the leader who gets elected. The leader we end up electing sometimes turns out to be the leader we don't want. Hopefully, this time around, in a field where voters are more engaged and involved, where technology will help them with the various tools to be better informed and take action, and where they ought to realize that at no other time in Philippine history are they more empowered. Hopefully, we will finally get to elect the leader we want. On behalf of Rappler, thank you very much for coming.
So thank you, everyone, and we'd also like to thank Archer Desk for their presence here today. Round of applause, everyone, for everyone else. On behalf of Rappler, we say thank you, and we hope that you discover the leader you want. Have a nice day, and thank you for being a great audience.